Chapter 1733. Chapter 1733. Chapter 1733. It happened. Old monk, you can leave now. Ning Chi glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand. The giant ape was originally very angry, but when he heard Ning Chi's words, he was slightly startled. A hint of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Benefactor, these people, Sakia Huijing seemed to want to plead for the group of cultivators. With a thought, the giant ape sent the old monk to the carriage. He did not care that Xiao Wuya and the others had not boarded the carriage yet. He brought the old monk and Sakyamuni Rui along and disappeared from everyone's sight. Duanmu Chang's eyes were filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have gotten off the car and left with Sakya Rui. Before this, they really didn't expect that Ning Chi would let Sakya Huijing leave this place alive. Could it be that Sakya Huijing had a different goal from Mo Dong and the rest? Was that why Ning Beixian spared his life? In the next moment, Xiao Wuya and the others stiffened slightly. Ning Chi's body shrunk and reverted to his original appearance. He appeared before them and looked at them with a faint smile. Brother Xiao, brother Duanmu, how have you been? Ning Chi smiled. Brother Ning, Xiao Wuya and the others were slightly better off. After all, they'd met Ning Chi once a few thousands of years ago, but their eldest senior brothers were terrified at this moment and didn't dare speak. Their bodies were extremely stiff, and a strand of cold sweat gradually emerged from their foreheads. The fellow in front of them was a terrifying existence that viewed 7 tribulation creators as ants, one that could crush them to death with a wave of his hand. Come to think of it, the news must have been spread by you, right? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Asterisk, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it coming? Were they going to die? When they thought up to here, everyone revealed a trace of terror on their faces. Even Xiao Wuya, who was usually very steady, was like this. Thank you, everyone, for bringing so many masters of creation to me. In the future, continue to spread this news and let more masters of creation come to find me. Do you understand? If you understand, please return. I won't be sending you off. Ning Chi said with a smile. What was going on? The sudden turn of events caused Xiao Wuya and the others to reveal a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. Why was he thanking them? However, they didn't have time to think about it. Since Ning Chi had allowed them to leave and had no intention of killing them, they couldn't let go of this opportunity. It didn't matter if Ning Chi was toying with them or not. They glanced at the group of suppressed cultivators, and a trace of pity flashed in their eyes. Compared to them, they at least had a chance. Then, Brother Ning, we will take our leave first. Xiao Wuya mustered up his courage and cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. He turned around and left tentatively. Ning Chi didn't attack him even after he disappeared into the horizon. Duanmu Chong and the others, who hadn't dared to move, hurriedly followed. Not long after, they left Cloud Rising Village's territory. Everyone gathered together with lingering fear. What do you think he means? The 4th tribulation creator from the mental demon sect glanced in the direction of Cloud Rising Village and said bitterly, Not only did he not kill us, but he even thanked us. How strange. The 4th tribulation creator from the Yin-Yang sect let out a long sigh of relief. Today he had escaped with his life. After all, even an old monster like Demon East was killed by the other party. Many of the 6th tribulation creators had also died, not to mention the 5th tribulation creators. As for them, they were merely 4th tribulation creators, but they were able to escape with their lives. If today's incident were to spread out and people knew about it, they would definitely be shocked. Could this person be cultivating some kind of demonic technique? The one who spoke was the monk from the 9 Phantasms ancient temple who had been quiet all this while. He had also escaped from the carriage with the others, and his expression was a little ugly now. Hearing that, everyone glanced at him strangely. Was this guy planning to label Ning Beixian as a demonic cultivator? Seeing that the others didn't agree with him, The monk let out a hollow laugh and shut his mouth. No matter what, Ning Beixian spared our lives today. I think we should stay away from him in the future. With such a terrifying technique, unless an 8th tribulation creator comes, we definitely won't be able to suppress Ning Beixian. Then he just told us to work harder in the future and get more creators to find him. Are you guys being sarcastic? Is he warning us not to reveal the news? The 4th tribulation creator from the battle sect said in a low voice. That's possible. Everyone nodded in unison. Then, it's better not to spread what happened today. Anyway, Senior Sakya Huijing is still alive, and the other sects will naturally have him spread the news. When the 4th tribulation creator from the Yin-Yang sect said that, he glanced around. Seeing that, everyone flew into the sky with tacit understanding and flew into the distance. From the beginning to the end, they were guarding against Ning Qi's words. Half of what they said just now was for themselves, and the other half was actually for Ning Qi. They might never understand that what Ning Qi said just now wasn't sarcastic at all. He was sincerely asking them to continue working hard and take revenge for Ning Qi. Senior Beixian, I was wrong. Please let me live. The group of cultivators suppressed at the village entrance knelt and begged for mercy when they saw Ning Qi walking towards them. Their eyes were filled with regret. They really hoped that the heavens would give them another chance. That way, they would definitely stay far away from this place. They definitely wouldn't barge into this place and die like this, especially the 5 cultivators who thought they had hugged Qiu Zhan's legs. Now, they were kneeling in a corner with tears streaming down their faces. You guys kept talking about how to enter the village to steal my treasures, and now you want me to spare your lives? If I wasn't strong enough, I would have been swallowed alive by you, right? How can you say such shameless things? Are you even human? Ning Qi frowned. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. If you have any last words, don't say them. No one will hear you even if you say them. Go on your way. Ning Qi's lips curled up. Ning Beixian, you will die a horrible death. You've offended the 3 demon sections. There will be no place for you to hide in the land of death. You will definitely die without a complete corpse. We will wait for you in the netherworld. Knowing that they were going to die, some cultivators immediately cursed at Ning Qi. After a few words, the sea of demon qi and fire swept towards them. A breeze blew past, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. It proved that they had once come to the human world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing. Ding! The system notifications kept ringing. Chapter 1734. Chapter 1734. The village of 300 inch, only 20,000 more, and I will reach the requirement for advancement. This trip to the impasse of death was not in vain. Ning Qi was very satisfied with his harvest this time, but there was one thing he was still worried about. After returning to the village, he entered the top cultivation training ground. As expected, it disappeared. After he killed Mo Dong and the others, Ning Qi felt that the divine power seemed to have strengthened a lot. But when he entered the top cultivation training ground, the divine power disappeared. This meant that the heavenly Tao rules of the impasse of death could not affect Ning Qi in terms of origin, and could only strengthen Ning Qi when he was in the impasse of death. Ning Qi had always been vigilant about this divine power, and did not let his guard down just because it had increased his combat strength to a certain extent. After all, it was not a power that he cultivated, but was imposed on him by the outside world. Before he was sure of the existence of the impasse of death and what purpose it had, Ning Qi would not let his guard down. After leaving the cultivation training ground, the divine power that had disappeared reappeared in Ning Qi's body. He moved his mind. Nuwa appeared in front of Ning Qi. Nuwa, have you found out all the information about the villages within a radius of 100,000 li? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, it's done. Nvaiwa made a victory gesture with a hint of pride in her eyes. Seeing this, Ning Qi called Ning Zi and the other 3 over and asked Nviwa to take them to those villages to walk around and take a look. For those who knew their place, Ning Chi would let them go, but those who did not would be captured alive by Ning Zi and the others, and then brought back to Cloud Rise village. Half a month passed. In this half a month, Ning Chi cultivated the imprisonment dragon elephant method in the top cultivation training ground. After calculating the time, Ning Chi felt that it was about time, so he went out. Ning Zi and the others had indeed razed all the villages within a radius of 30,000 li, and all those who refused to obey were captured and brought to Ning Chi. Ning Chi naturally did not care about these cultivators' pleas, and directly killed them with a wave of his hand. He received a considerable amount of fortune points, and was getting closer and closer to the 100,000 mark. Apart from that, in this half a month, it was very quiet outside Cloud Rise village, and no cultivators came to disturb them. It was likely that the old monk had already spread the news of the battle. With his personality, it was only natural that he would try to persuade normal cultivators not to come to Cloud Rise village to seek death. Ning Chi didn't care about that at all. He had an exquisite grasp of the psychology of cultivators. When Sakya Huijing talked about how terrifying Ning Chi was, it was true that he could intimidate a large group of cultivators in the beginning. But in the later stages, because of their greed, the cultivators who had been intimidated before would gather in droves to Cloud Rise village. It was a rebellious mentality, a paranoid mentality. Rather than waiting for them to come one by one, Ning Chi would rather wait for a period of time. When the time came, he would take them all in one go. Another month passed. The villages within a radius of 100,000 miles were all destroyed, including the strongest village with a 7 tribulation master of creation. Under the siege of Ning Zi and the other 3, they knocked out the 7 tribulation master of creation and brought him to Ning Chi. System, under my leadership, Cloud Rise village has become the strongest village in the surrounding 50,000 kilometers. Why hasn't the quest been completed yet? Ning Chi found it a little strange. He had sent Nuwa to investigate many times. Now, there wasn't a single village in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. Some cultivators who had seen Ning Zi and the other 3 personally spread the news that someone was encircling and annihilating the village. The other cultivators naturally didn't dare to rashly establish a village before they figured out what was going on. Logically speaking, he had already completed the quest assigned by the system, but the system still hadn't given him a reward. The quest panel was still gray, indicating that the quest had not been completed. Ning Chi's current creation points had already exceeded 95,000. As long as the quest reward was given, he could surpass the 100,000 mark and advance to a 5 tribulation master of creation. After a moment of silence, the system's notification finally sounded. Because the population of Cloud Rise village that host is in is less than 300, the mission cannot be completed. Host, please gather 300 villagers within a month. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Note that the villagers must enter the village voluntarily for it to count. Since you had such a request, why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Chi rolled his eyes, but he also knew that the system wouldn't answer his question. Right now, he could only follow the system's request and gather 300 villagers. But during this period of time, not to mention humans, even birds and beasts rarely passed by Cloud Rise village. There were simply too many dead masters of creation here. Although their souls weren't left behind, the scent of blood that seeped deep into the soil could be smelled from hundreds of kilometers away. Even if cultivators passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach recklessly. Ning Chi arranged for Nuwa to set up a sign at the village entrance. On it was a notice to recruit villagers. After waiting for a few days, there was no movement. If this continued, not to mention a month, they might not even be able to gather 300 villagers in a year. You guys stay here and watch the village. If there's a strong enemy you can't handle, crush this jade slip. Ning Chi instructed Ning Zi and the others. He also took out a jade slip with his divine will attached and handed it to Ningzi. Then he sped towards the market closest to Cloudrise village. Fresh dragon tendon. I just extracted it from a 3 tribulation dragon. I'll only exchange it for elixirs. Interested cultivators can come up and discuss in detail. 300 supreme-grade cauldrons. Cultivators who cultivate Een-type cultivation techniques. Don't miss this opportunity. These 300 people are equivalent to an 8th grade elixir. Shanghai Village is recruiting 50 villagers. Your cultivation level must be at least 2nd Tribulation Master of Creation. The higher your cultivation level, the more cultivation resources you will receive every month. I hope everyone will sign up. This market, which was 500,000 kilometers away from Cloudrise Village, was quite lively. Just as Ning Qi stepped into the market, he saw an endless stream of cultivators walking and trading on the streets. There was a transaction almost every minute and every second. There were also many villages that had the same goal as him. Some were recruiting 1st Tribulation Masters of Creation, while others were only recruiting 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation. Stalls like these had the most inquiries. As for stalls recruiting 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation and above, they were completely deserted. Although there were quite a few 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation and above, they were very likely to die. Usually, they would gather in powerful villages or markets. In the market that Ning Qi was currently at, there were pitifully few 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation. 4th Tribulation Masters of Creation were extremely rare. There were only 2 auras of 5th Tribulation Masters of Creation. They should be the rulers of this market. There was not a single 6th Tribulation Master of Creation. If one were to really calculate, the strength of this market could only be considered as an average village. It was only slightly stronger than a village like Demon Tiger Village. Cloudrise Village is recruiting 300 villagers. No cultivation level limit. Chapter 1735. Annealing advertisement. The cultivators in front of Ning Qi had very low cultivation levels. Not even a 1st Tribulation of Creation. They were attracted here after they saw the signboard that recruited villagers with no cultivation levels. These cultivators were natives who lived in a desperate situation, so their cultivation levels were uneven. The highest was a 1st Tribulation of Creation, and the lowest was only a Dharma manifestation cultivator. Senior, is there really no cultivation level limit? A Dharma characteristic cultivator looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. For existences like them, unless they were extremely talented or were born in a village, if they wanted to join a village, they would need to break through to the 1st Tribulation Creator Realm. Before that, basically no village would want Transcendence Realm cultivators like them. Ning Qi glanced at him and nodded with a smile. There's no cultivation level limit. There's really no cultivation level limit? Everyone looked at each other in shock. Not far away, a few cultivators who were also recruiting villagers looked at Ning Qi with some mockery. They wondered which corner of the world this bumpkin cultivator came from. He even wanted a Transcendence Realm cultivator. This kind of village was definitely the kind that didn't have much strength. Haha, how much benefits does your village give? If a 1st Tribulation Creator like me joins your village, how much cultivation resources do you give me every month? A middle-aged cultivator looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. When the nearby Dharma Plain cultivators saw him walk in, they quickly made way for him. At the same time, they stared at Ning Qi curiously. They wanted to see how strong Ning Qi's village was. It could be seen from the monthly distribution of cultivation resources. Perhaps from the start, this 1st Tribulation Creator thought that Ning Qi's village wasn't that great, so he looked very arrogant with a hint of disdain. Ning Qi naturally didn't want such an existence. He only wanted villagers who were willing to join Cloud Rising Village. What difference did it make if the other party was a first tribulation creator or a dog? Leave. Ning Chi waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. Everyone was shocked. The first tribulation creator was even more furious. He frowned and stared at Ning Chi. You're just messing with people by setting up a stall here? My village does not want a cultivator like you, so hurry up and move aside. Ning Chi glanced at him impatiently. Sure, since you're selling dog meat with a sheep's head hanging on it. Then don't take this sign anymore. That first tribulation creator flew into a rage out of humiliation. When he saw Ning Chi's eyes, a look of disdain seemed to flash across, and this disdain was clearly directed at him. Damn thing! What right do you have to disdain me? Thinking of this, he roared and kicked Ning Chi's sign. He sneered and said, Since your village can't even recruit a first tribulation creator, you should write a new sign and specifically state that you only recruit cultivators below the creator realm. As for why you do this and what your goal is, others can only guess. After his reminder, the Dharma characteristic realm cultivators who had planned to join the village became vigilant. That's right. There was no reason for the other party to not want a first tribulation creator, but a materialization realm cultivator like them, right? Could it be that on the surface they were recruiting villagers, but in the dark they were capturing them to cultivate some kind of demonic art? As soon as this thought appeared, the way everyone looked at Ning Chi changed drastically. The group of cultivators who were also recruiting villagers revealed a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. They didn't think that Ning Chi was recruiting people to cultivate demonic arts. Usually, such cultivators would have a trace of cold and gloomy aura that could be detected by others. Not only did this guy not have such an aura, but he also had a trace of indifference. This was very different from those evil cultivators who cultivated the devouring demonic art to increase their cultivation. Of course, they couldn't exclude the possibility that this guy's acting skills were superb and he could fake this feeling. Ning Chi furrowed his brows and reached out his hand. That proud first tribulation creator's expression changed drastically. He felt that his body wasn't listening to him, so he walked in front of Ning Chi and knelt down. The force he used was so great that cracks appeared on the ground. A sliver of the power of creation spread out, and a new token appeared in Ning Chi's hand. After thinking for a while, Ning Chi waved his hand lightly, and the first tribulation creator turned around and knelt down facing the outside. Then, Ning Chi hung the token around his neck. How is this possible? Why can't I control my body? What is this person's cultivation level? That first tribulation creator's eyes showed a trace of shock, but when he thought of his current situation, his shock was quickly replaced by anger. Recruiting villagers, 300 people. No cultivation level limit. The only requirement is that they are willing. As for how much cultivation resources you will get every month, I can only say that it will be enough. Ning Chi said calmly. There were simply too many cultivation resources in his spatial bag. The spatial rings left behind by any of the masters of creation he had killed were extremely rich. Of course, there was no lack of poor people or existences who had just used up their cultivation resources. But the number of masters of creation that had died in Ning Chi's hands was more than 1,000. If one were to really calculate it, Ning Chi's current wealth could scare an 8th tribulation creator to death. But in the eyes of a 9th tribulation creator, these things were definitely not good stuff. Enough? When everyone heard this and Ning Chi's method of casually suppressing a first tribulation creator, their hearts instantly burned. With such strength, if he was really a heretical cultivator, there was no need for him to come to the market to swindle people. Wouldn't he just go and rob people directly? After thinking this through, a few Transcendence Realm cultivators immediately signed up with anticipation. Yes, from now on, you are all villagers of my Cloud Rising Village. If you have any enemies, Cloud Rising Village will accept them in the future. Tell them to come and find me. Now stand behind me. Ning Chi said calmly. Huh. The few of them looked at each other with a trace of ecstasy in their eyes. No matter how much cultivation resources they could get every month, Ningqi's promise just now was enough for them to join this village. At this moment, other Transcendence Realm cultivators who were watching also came forward to sign up. Soon, the number of people exceeded 200, and all of them were cultivators from the early stage to the perfected Transcendence Realm. With a first Tribulation Master of Creation kneeling here as a billboard, coupled with the commotion here, other first Tribulation Masters of Creation, and even second Tribulation Masters of Creation and third Tribulation Masters of Creation were attracted here. Chapter 1736. Kneeling together. Everyone, please calm down. The place in front of Ningqi was originally bustling with noise, but after hearing that, the cultivators all turned their heads to look. When they saw who it was, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. They quietened down and subconsciously opened up a path. The cultivator smiled and walked straight to Ningqi. His gaze swept across the kneeling one Tribulation Creator and finally landed on Ningqi. I am Xiaing, the Deacon of Heavenly Evil Village. How do I address you? And what is the name of the village behind you? I, Xiaing, more or less know about the villages within 100,000-mile radius, but I have never seen you before. Xiaing looked at Ningqi with a faint smile, and a trace of 3 Tribulation Creators' aura faintly emitted from his body. When the cultivators nearby heard Xiaing's introduction, they could not help but reveal a trace of respect on their faces. This was because the Heavenly Evil Village was considered a famous first-rate village within 100,000-mile radius. Most importantly, they were ruthless, and if they offended anyone, they would not rest until they were dead. All these years, the Heavenly Evil Village had annihilated countless villages, and this Xiaing was one of the deacons of the Heavenly Evil Village. To be able to become a deacon of the Heavenly Evil Village, it was enough to prove that his combat strength was definitely stronger than an ordinary 3 Tribulation Creator. He had a few impressive battle records in the past, but it was not easy for the Heavenly Evil Village to recruit villagers. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, but they were also extremely ruthless to their own people. The cultivators who went to the Heavenly Evil Village were more or less confident in themselves. Where my village is, what does it have to do with you? Ningqi looked at Xiaing indifferently. That's right, it indeed has nothing to do with me. But if you come here to recruit villagers, aren't you making an enemy out of the few big villages? Even if we don't like these guys, it's not your turn to take advantage of them. Let me give you a suggestion. Go as far as you can and leave this place. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Moreover, you are at most a 3 Tribulation Creator, right? With such strength, I can find 10 people in the Heavenly Evil Village who can easily suppress you. Xiaing said calmly. As if to cater to him, the cultivators from the other villages also stood up and walked over. When the cultivators from Cloud Rise Village saw this, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Some of them felt regret and quickly said to Ningqi, Senior, we won't go. Senior, I'm not going either. Senior, more than 200 people had already decided to join Cloud Rising Village, but now almost half of them had dropped out. Among them, there were a few First Tribulation Creators who had just joined. After they dropped out, they looked at Eviling with flattering gazes, then quietly put some distance between themselves and Ningqi. However, there were still about 100 people who stayed behind Ningqi. They were all Dharma Plane cultivators. This did not mean that they were not afraid of Xiaing. On the contrary, they were very afraid of Xiaing. However, compared to the threat of Xiaing, the enemies who were about to find them were obviously more threatening. Ningqi had agreed to shoulder their grudges. This was a rare opportunity, so no matter what, they stood on Ningqi's side today. Hee, Xiaing laughed with a hint of smugness in his laughter. Ningqi glanced at the group of people who left the village and didn't take it to heart. There were enough low-level cultivators in the market square. He didn't ask for anything. As long as they were willing, it would be enough. Gathering 300 people was too easy. Do you want to bully a small market just to recruit a single person? Heavenly Evil Village. Then let your village chief come and pick you up personally. Ning Chi smiled faintly. What? Xie Ying's eyes flashed with confusion. What did he mean by that? Could it be that he wanted to make him stay in the marketplace? The cultivators nearby also had strange expressions on their faces. However, they looked at Ning Chi with a hint of pity in their eyes. It didn't matter if he offended Xie Ying, but the heavenly evil village behind Xie Ying was definitely not in existence to be trifled with. Very soon, everyone finally understood what Ning Chi meant by those words. An extremely terrifying aura gradually emitted from Ning Chi's body. As soon as this aura emerged, Xie Ying's face instantly revealed a trace of shock and confusion. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he found that his body could not move at all. With a plop, Xie Ying was like a puppet being controlled. He faced the crowd and knelt on the ground, shoulder to shoulder with the one tribulation creator. This is... Everyone gasped in their hearts and looked at the scene in disbelief. They finally realized why Ning Chi had been so calm all along. Xie Ying, a 3 tribulation creator, was actually forced to kneel by the same method that the one tribulation creator had used on the one tribulation creator. The 1 and 2 tribulation creators could not understand such a supernatural method at all. Xie Ying's face revealed a look of humiliation, but he could not even make a sound. His expression was extremely distorted, and it made people feel that the contrast was too great. The few cultivators who had originally planned to cooperate with Xie Ying to bully Ning Chi turned and fled when they saw that the situation was not good. They did not dare to imagine that they would be suppressed by the other party. If they knelt on the ground in front of so many low-level cultivators, how would they have the face to live in the future? Come back and kneel together. Ning Chi glanced at their backs and said calmly. Then everyone saw the figures of the few cultivators fly back instantly. With a plop, they all knelt beside Xie Ying. Including Xie Ying and the one tribulation creator, there were a total of 5 creators kneeling in front of Ning Chi. Then, something even more humiliating happened. Ning Chi created another 4 billboards and hung them one after another. Everyone who is interested can come up and sign up. I only have one request, and that is to do it willingly. As for cultivation, I don't care. Even if you're just a mortal, my village will still want you. Ning Chi said calmly. The cultivators on the street looked at Ning Chi, then at Xie Ying and the others, dumbfounded. Those who had previously backed out of Cloud Rising Village all had a look of regret in their eyes. Some of them tried to rejoin Cloud Rising Village, but after being glanced at by Ning Chi, they were so scared that they did not dare to make a sound. They could only run away pathetically, afraid that Ning Chi would come back to take revenge on them. The commotion here was quickly discovered by the person in charge of the market. 2 5 tribulation masters of creation stood side by side, and behind them stood several 4 tribulation masters of creation. Their gazes all landed on Ning Chi, who was several thousand feet away. If it were you, would you be able to suppress Xie Ying and the others like this? More or less. It should be possible. Xie Ying is from Heavenly Evil Village. Heavenly Evil is not someone to be trifled with. Let's step forward and find out about that guy's background first. Chapter 1737. Chapter 1737. Complete the mission. It's the Workshop Master and Deputy Workshop Master. When the nearby cultivators saw them, their eyes were filled with shock. Xie Ying and the others, who were originally humiliated, were overjoyed when they saw the 2 5 tribulation masters of creation. They looked at the 2 of them anxiously. Although they couldn't say anything, their eyes had already expressed their current feelings. Brother, I am Ding Hai, the workshop master of this place. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between you and them. Why don't you come to my residence and resolve this misunderstanding? Ding Hai looked at Ning Qi with a smile. As Ding Hai spoke, Deputy Workshop Master Su Jiang secretly sized up Ning Qi, as if he was trying to determine Ning Qi's cultivation level. Misunderstanding? Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. These local bullies want to bully me. In my opinion, this isn't a misunderstanding. Workshop Master Ding, you better stay out of this. Local bullies? Local bullies? Ding Hai's expression changed. What did he mean by that? If Xie Ying and the rest were local bullies, didn't that mean that Ding Hai, was also a local bully? He doesn't even give face to Workshop Master Ding Hai. We've really followed the right person this time. The group of cultivators behind Ning Qi revealed a trace of excitement in their eyes. Just from this alone, it could be seen how powerful the village they joined was. They didn't even need to give face to the 5 tribulation creators. The village's strength might not be any weaker than the heavenly evil village. How dare you? Who are you to call yourself a local bully in front of the workshop master? One of the 4 tribulation creators behind Ding Hai was enraged. He looked at Ning Qi coldly and scolded. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently. He didn't do anything, but the 4th tribulation creator knelt on the ground with a plop. Moreover, he used more force than Xie Ying and the others. His kneecap was almost broken, and the heart-wrenching pain, along with a trace of shock and anger, caused his expression to become extremely hideous. "Sir, you!" Deputy Workshop owner Su Jiang frowned as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Unlike Xie Ying and the rest, Su Jiang was a 5 tribulation creator. He could clearly feel a mysterious force suppressing him. Damn it! Why is he suppressing me? How can he suppress me? Su Jiang looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger, feeling a little wronged in his heart. He hadn't even said what he was going to say next, and Ning Qi had directly suppressed him. Hiss! The cultivators nearby gasped and looked at the scene in disbelief. Su Jiang was the deputy master of this market, and he was not someone that Xie Ying could compare to. Xie Ying was a real 5 tribulation creator, and he could kill Xie Ying with just a finger. Such an existence actually knelt down for no reason? Ghostly means the cultivators who had joined Cloud Rising Village but left because of Xie Ying were now filled with regret. The low-level cultivators who had decided to stay were overjoyed. They had bet on the right treasure this time. The person who had accepted them into the village was displaying a strength that was no weaker than a 5 tribulation creator. In fact, he was much stronger than them. Master, the subordinates of the 2 looked at Ding Hai in shock. A few of them were staring at Ning Qi and were ready to attack at any time. However, after Su Jiang was suppressed, they immediately looked away and did not dare to look at Ning Qi. This person is unfathomable. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hai no longer wanted to plead for Xie Ying and the others. Ning Qi's means had really shocked him. It was already a blessing that he could protect his people and escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Ding Hai adjusted his mentality and said to Ning Qi, "Sir, we will not interfere in the matter between you and the people of Heavenly Evil Village. I wonder if you can let them go? You're the one who wanted to be a busybody, and you're the one who said not to interfere. You're the good guy, and you want me to be the bad guy?" Ning Qi looked at Ding Hai with a faint smile. Hearing this, Ding Hai's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he did not know how to answer. "When these people saw that I was an outsider and wanted to bully me, did you do anything? Don't tell me you didn't know. I saw you." Ning Qi smiled. Ding Hai felt terrible, as if he had eaten a mouthful of **T. Ning Qi did not wait for him to explain and cut off his escape route. That's right. When Ning Qi first recruited villagers, because there was no cultivation limit, Ding Hai got a report from his subordinates and split a part of his divine telekinesis to look at Ning Qi. He did not expect that such a covert method would be seen by Ning Qi. However, from the beginning to the end, Ning Qi did not show any signs of discomfort until just now. Ningqi looked at Ding Hai mockingly for a moment, then ignored him. Turning to the surrounding cultivators, he smiled and said, Cloudrise Village is only recruiting 300 villagers, and the number of slots is limited. We still have 136 slots left. If you're interested, you can sign up. Let me. Take me. I'm a first tribulation creator. Senior, I'm a second tribulation creator. Take me. With a buzz, the atmosphere became extremely heated. The cultivators eagerly signed up, and in the blink of an eye, Ningqi had gathered 300 slots to become a cultivator of Cloud Rising Village. He was ecstatic as he looked at those who were extremely disappointed and did not grasp the opportunity, especially those who had seized the opportunity and ruined it with their own hands. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Ningqi's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Cloud Rising Village has become the #1 village within a radius of 100,000 miles. Mission completed. The reward is 5,000 creation points. The next mission is to develop Cloud Rising Village into a village with over 10,000 villagers within half a year and become the #1 village within a radius of 1 million miles. The reward is 100,000 creation points. Failing the mission will result in a deduction of the same amount of creation points. If the creation points are insufficient, the host's cultivation level will be used as a substitute. The system notification sounded. If I fail the next mission, 100,000 creation points will be deducted. If I don't have enough creation points, I have to use my cultivation level to replace it? System, what the hell are you doing? Ningqi rolled his eyes in his heart. He knew that the system would not come out to explain. After complaining out of habit, his gaze landed on Xie Ying and the others. Workshop owner Ding, help me with something. Ningqi smiled. What is it? Ding Hai was slightly stunned. Send a few men to inform their village chief. Tell him to bring some people over to bring these fellows back. Remember to make it sound as miserable as possible. It would be best if he can bring all the cultivators in the village over. Ningqi smiled. His creation points had exceeded the 100,000 mark, and he was about to become a 5th tribulation creator. At that time, the next stage would probably require 1 million creation points. In addition to the mission issued by the system, Ningqi naturally would not let go of the opportunity to earn creation points. Make it sound bleak? Could it be that they were not miserable enough? Ding Hai subconsciously glanced at Xie Ying and the others who were kneeling on the ground with humiliated expressions. He was clear about Ningqi's goal. Didn't he want to kill them all? This was an opportunity. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ding Hai's face, and he said, No problem. Chapter 1738. Chapter 1738. Heavenly Evil Order Heavenly Evil Village. The cultivator sent by Ding Hai walked into the village. After many rounds of communication, he finally saw the village chief of Heavenly Evil Village. This was a human cultivator who didn't look like a human. Half of his body had already turned into a demon, and his muscles were bulging. He looked extremely terrifying. When Ding Hai's subordinate saw this person, his eyes flashed with fear. The feeling Tianxia gave him was even more terrifying than Ding Hai. You're Ding Hai's subordinate. Why are you here? Tianxia looked at him indifferently and spoke in 2 different voices. One was the roar of a beast, and the other was the human language. Behind him stood 3 cultivators, each emitting the aura of a 4 tribulation creator. They stared coldly at the newcomer. Senior Tianxia, your subordinate has a cultivator called Xiang. He's currently being held captive in the market. He's in a difficult situation. So the boss sent me here to send a message. Xiang? Tianxia's eyes flashed. The 3-4 tribulation creators also emitted faint killing intent, sending chills down the cultivator's spine. What is that person's cultivation base? What is his background? Tianxia said indifferently. I don't know. He's here to recruit villagers. He might have just built a village. Doesn't he know that Xie is from Heavenly Evil Village? He said he wants Senior Tian Xie to bring Xie back personally. How dare you? Chief, let's go suppress him. Otherwise, if word gets out, others will think that the people of Heavenly Evil Village are easy to bully. I won't be going. The three of you go, Tian Xie said indifferently. Senior Tian Xie. Our vice boss Su Jiang was also suppressed because he tried to persuade this person. Su Jiang? Even he was suppressed? This person is a 5 tribulation creator? Tian Xie's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. It seemed that he had to make a trip personally this time. No matter what kind of existence the other party was, if he didn't go, the Heavenly Evil Village would be destroyed. The same scene happened in the other villages. In the market, Ding Hai stood not far from Ningqi, his eyes drooping. No one knew what he was thinking. As time passed, the atmosphere in the market became more and more solemn. Many cultivators had already chosen to leave the market, but they also wanted to see what would happen next. So they hid in the distant mountains and used their divine sense to observe the situation. Ha ha ha. Wait for your death. When village chief suppresses this kid, I want him to taste 1,000,000 times more humiliation. Xie Ying's expression gradually calmed down, and there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. The others were similar to him. As long as the other party didn't kill them right away, when their respective village chiefs arrived, along with Ding Hai and a few other 5 tribulation masters of creation, how could they not be able to suppress this kid? Not to mention the fact that there were all kinds of creation realm experts in their village. Even a 6th tribulation master of creation would have to avoid such a force. Ha ha ha. I finally found you, Li Xian. Why aren't you running anymore? Keep running. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. A maniacal laughter suddenly sounded. A muscular man with a saber walked into the crowd and pointed at someone behind Ningqi. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone looked at the burly man with a strange expression. The aura on the burly man's body was at most at the half-step to manifestation stage. Blood saber. Behind Ningqi, a young cultivator who was only at the mid-stage transcendence realm stared at the muscular man with deep hatred in his eyes. Li Xian, your wife and children all died under my saber. Why are you still living? Shouldn't you be accompanying them? The muscular man's eyes were filled with mockery. He had originally passed by this place by accident, and he was extremely excited to find the target that he had been chasing for many years. However, after he said that, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. Why are they looking at me like that? Could it be that these guys are Li Xian's backers? Thinking of this, the muscular man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. What feud do you have with this person? Ningqi looked at Li Xian. Senior, this person is vicious. He coveted my wife's beauty and tried to kill her. Even my son died in his hands. I'm living my life to find a chance to avenge my wife and son. Li Xian's eyes were bloodshot. All right, Cloud Rising Village will take care of this grudge for you. Ningqi nodded with a faint smile. Cloud Rising Village? This guy actually joined the village? The muscular man was startled. He then looked at Ningqi and realized that he could not see through Ningqi's cultivation. His heart skipped a beat. Senior, he's just spouting nonsense. There's only a small grudge between us. Since he's entered Cloud Rising Village, I won't bother taking my revenge. Farewell. The muscular man laughed dryly at Ningqi and brought his fists together before turning around to leave. Li Xian's face was filled with anxiety upon seeing this. But in the next moment, the burly man's head fell to the ground without a sound. His body didn't seem to notice this and continued to walk forward for a distance. He almost walked to the corner of the street before he fell to the ground with a loud bang. He's dead. Everyone was shocked. From the beginning to the end, They did not see how Ning Qi made his move. Ding Hai's eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. "Thank you, Senior." Li Xianxian knelt in front of Ning Qi and kowtowed repeatedly. The other cultivators who had joined the cloud-rising village were excited to see this. It seemed that they could finally escape from their enemies. "Get up!" Ning Qi waved his hand, and Li Xianxian was pulled up by a gust of immortal qi. He was excited after getting his revenge. He looked at Ning Qi with gratitude. Although Blood Knife was only at the half-step creation realm, he was only a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator. He had once begged many first tribulation masters of creation, willing to be a slave for life. He begged them to kill Blood Knife and avenge his wife and child. But without exception, those first tribulation masters of creation basically wouldn't look him in the eye. Another 10 days passed after this little episode. Xie Ying and the rest looked even more smug, as if they were not the ones kneeling on the ground. A beam of light shot over from afar and landed in front of Ning Qi with a loud boom. It was a command arrow. "Heavenly Evil Token! The Heavenly Evil Village is here to do business. Those who are not involved should stay away or be killed." The voice rumbled like thunder. Chapter 1739. Chapter 1739. Chapter 1739. Kneeling and talking following the arrival of the Heavenly Evil Token. A few more rays of light shot over and landed on the ground with a boom. It was a token arrow similar to the Heavenly Evil Token. Obviously, the village of Xie Ying and the others had come to pick them up. The cultivators standing behind Ning Qi were subconsciously afraid at first. Based on their knowledge, the villages behind Xie Ying and the others were behemoths that could not be provoked at all. Anyone who provoked them would die without a doubt. Now that a few villages had come one after another, how could they not be afraid? However, seeing that Ning Qi's expression was still very calm, their hearts gradually relaxed. "Sir, Tian Xie and the others are here. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" "There's no need to fight." Ding Hai lifted his eyelids and smiled. There was a hint of confidence in his words. "Why don't we kneel down and talk?" Ning Qi smiled. Ding Hai's expression slightly changed. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't reply. Soon, a few groups of cultivators descended from the sky. The entire street was filled with people, and a murderous aura spread out in all directions. The cultivators in the distance saw that there were 700 to 800 people from the villages. They were all shocked. If they were to fight, the entire market would be destroyed. "Tian Xie, you're here too?" The 3 cultivators exuding the aura of a 5 tribulation creator looked at Tian Xie with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "How can I not come when someone is targeting my Heavenly Evil Village?" Tian Xie said lightly. His strange tone had a hint of a beast's roar. His half-human, half-beast appearance made the Transcendence Realm cultivators behind Ning Qi shudder. "So the leader of the Heavenly Evil Village looks like this? He doesn't look like someone easy to deal with." Xie Ying and the others looked at Tian Xie and the others excitedly, but they could not speak and could only wink at them. "Ding Hai, as the owner of this place, why can't you look after the cultivators of the Heavenly Evil Village?" Tian Xie glanced at Ning Qi, and his eyes fell on Ding Hai. Ding Hai looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said to Tian Xie, "This brother here is not giving me face, so I can't do anything about it. But since you're here, why don't you sit down and talk with him? It's just a small matter. If you want to fight and kill, wouldn't you be a joke to others?" "Small matter? Forcing the cultivators of the Heavenly Evil Village to kneel here is a trivial matter? You're not putting my Heavenly Evil Village in your eyes. You're letting outsiders see our Heavenly Evil Village as a joke. Sit down and talk? There's no need." Tian Xie looked at Ning Qi and sneered. The few 4th tribulation creators behind him emitted waves of killing intent, as if they were going to attack at any moment. "If you don't like to sit down, you can talk on your knees." Ning Qi laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, The crowd could feel Ning Qi's figure shuddering slightly. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of him, which was none other than the chief of the heavenly evil village, Tianxia. You. Tianxia looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger. Before he could react, an extremely terrifying aura came crashing down on him. With a plop, Tianxia and Xiaoying knelt down side by side. The only difference was that Xiaoying and the rest had billboards around their necks, facing the public, while Tianxia was kneeling in front of Ning Qi. Chief! The cultivators of the heavenly evil village were shocked. Just as they were about to make a move, they all felt a terrifying force pressing down on them, including the fourth tribulation creators. All the cultivators of the heavenly evil village knelt on the ground one after another. From their terrified expressions, it was obvious that they did not kneel willingly, but were being suppressed by a mysterious force. Hundreds of cultivators knelt on the street. Not only were the cultivators of the other villages dumbfounded and gasped, even Ding Hai and the others were shocked and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? Xiaoying could not turn his neck, so he could only look at Tianxia with all his might, as if he was trying to confirm if it was really Tianxia. When the other village chiefs saw this, they looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. One of them said with some difficulty, You guys can talk on your knees too." Ning Qi smiled at them. They were so shocked that they turned around and ran away subconsciously. What a joke! Kneel here? Then don't do this anymore. This stain can't be washed clean no matter how hard you try. Ning Qi smiled and moved his body, slightly as if he had teleported. In an instant, he caught the few village chiefs beside Tianxia and made them kneel together with him. As for the cultivators of the other villages, they were suppressed by Ning Qi and knelt on the ground at the same time. Apart from Ning Qi and the cultivators of the cloud rising village behind him, only Ding Hai and the others were still standing on the street. Ding Hai looked at Ning Qi in a daze, as if he had not recovered from the terrifying scene in front of him. Hiss, so powerful! Li Xianxian and the other cultivators of Cloud Rise Village gasped in shock at the sight of Tianxia and the others kneeling before Ning Qi in just a few short breaths of time. Their excitement was palpable in their eyes. "Oh, are you done kneeling? Why don't you go first?" Ning Qi smiled as he glanced at Tianxia and the others. When his gaze swept past Ding Hai's body instantly stiffened for a second. Seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of asking him to kneel down and speak, Ding Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He rejoiced in his heart and no longer dared to wear that confident smile on his face. Instead, he wore a respectful expression. Finally, Ning Qi's gaze landed on Tianxia and snapped his fingers. Tianxia felt the aura that had sealed his mouth weaken significantly. He could speak now. "Senior, I was blind. Please spare my life." Tianxia did not say anything harsh. He immediately begged for mercy with a sincere expression. "Are all the cultivators of the heavenly evil village here?" Ning Qi said calmly. Tianxia was stunned. Only Ding Hai's body trembled slightly. He knew from the start that Ning Qi was going to kill them all, which was why he had sent someone to deliver the message. However, Ding Hai thought that Ning Qi was being too arrogant and that Tianxia and the others would definitely be suppressed when they arrived. He did not expect Ning Qi's methods to be so terrifying. Even someone like Tianxia, who was as powerful as a sixth tribulation creator, was defeated in the blink of an eye. "Most of them are here except for a few cultivators who are guarding the village," Tianxia said. "That's good." Ning Qi smiled. Tianxia realized that he had lost the ability to speak again. Following this, Ning Qi asked the other village chiefs. Chapter 1740. Long-term advertisement. "Senior, we know we were wrong. Please spare our lives, seeing that we haven't made a grave mistake yet." The last village chief that Ning Qi asked hurriedly added after answering Ning Qi's question. He looked at Ning Qi with an expression of extreme anticipation. This world is ruled by the law of the jungle. If I wasn't strong enough today, I wouldn't have been able to see you guys. I would have been killed by these guys, wouldn't I? Ning Qi glanced at Xie Ying and the others and smiled. Xie Ying and the others were filled with fear and regret. If they had known that the other party was so terrifying, they wouldn't have dared to offend him even if they were given 100 guts. Now, not only were they suppressed, even their village chiefs were kneeling here. If they weren't careful, they would have been wiped out. Tian Xiazi and the rest glared at Xie Ying and the rest, wishing they could skin these fools alive. If it weren't for them, how could they, the 5 tribulation masters of creation, be reduced to such a state? So, since you guys decided to stand up for these idiots, you should be prepared to be killed instead. I can't let you guys get away with it, right? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Ning Qi smiled. Afterward, Ning Qi no longer bothered with them. He looked around and said calmly, "Who else wants to join my Cloud Rising village? There's no limit this time." The mission required Cloud Rising village to have more than 10,000 villagers. Since he was here, he might as well recruit more villagers. What? There's such a good thing? Seeing this, the cultivators who were hiding far away suddenly showed a hint of ecstasy on their faces. They rushed towards Ning Qi's side in a scramble. "Senior, we are willing to join Cloud Rising Village." There were more and more cultivators standing behind Ning Qi. In just an hour, Ning Qi had recruited more than 3,000 cultivators. Among them, there were 3 to 5 Fourth Tribulation Masters of Creation. There were also a small number of Third Tribulation Masters of Creation, Second Tribulation Masters of Creation, and First Tribulation Masters of Creation. Most of them were Transcendence, Realm cultivators. There were also quite a few Eternal Life Realm cultivators. However, Ning Qi didn't reject anyone. As long as they were willing to join Cloud Rise Village, he would accept them. In any case, he was just trying to make up the numbers. This market was not big, and 3,000 people was already the limit. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled at Ding Hai and said, "Owner Ding Hai, I want to make a long-term advertisement here. These 5 guys, let them kneel here. If they disappear the next time I come, I will find a few more people to kneel." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jiang suddenly found that he could move. He stood up in bewilderment, saluted Ning Qi, and hid behind Ding Hai. Xie Ying and the other 3, as well as the one tribulation creator who was suppressed by Ning Qi earlier, were still kneeling on the ground. When they heard that Ning Qi had no intention of killing them, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard that Ning Qi wanted them to kneel on the ground for a long time and become living billboards, they almost fainted from anger. Ding Hai was stunned, and his face darkened. According to Ning Qi, if Xie Ying and the others disappeared, the next person to kneel here would be him, Ding Hai. However, Ning Qi's methods were too terrifying, so he had no choice but to agree. Thinking of this, Ding Hai smiled bitterly and saluted Ning Qi. "Senior, don't worry. I will send some cultivators to guard these people. They won't be able to escape even if they grow wings." After a pause, he continued, "However, if there are cultivators that even I can't stop coming to save them, just send a message to me. I am the village chief of Cloud Rising Village, Ning Beixian." Ning Qi smiled. "Ning Beixian?" Ding Hai was stunned, as were all the cultivators who heard those words. They stared at Ning Qi in disbelief, including the cultivators who had already joined Cloud Rising Village. During this period of time, this name was the most frequently discussed topic. However, they didn't know much about it. They only knew that Ning Beixian had stolen the 9 Serenities Demon Sovereign's delightful demon gourd and was a wanted criminal of the 9 Serenities demon sect. They also vaguely knew that the 3 demon sects had joined forces to suppress Ning Beixian, but they didn't end well. Even Sakya Huijing of the 9 Serenities ancient temple was severely injured. Of course, They didn't dare to confirm the truth. This cultivator in front of them was the rumored Ning Beixian. Thinking of this, Tian Xiazi and the others all had a hint of self-mockery in their eyes. Ning Qi wasn't even afraid of the 9 Serenities demon sect, but they had come here like idiots, so it's Senior Ning. Ding Hai's expression turned serious, and he bowed, respectfully. I'm leaving. Ning Qi smiled. Tian Xiazi and the others were suppressed by Ning Qi's celestial qi. Their bodies flew into the air involuntarily, and they were carried by Ning Qi toward Cloud Rising Village. Li Xianxian and the others quickly followed, but a few cultivators showed a hint of hesitation. In the end, they stood in the market and didn't leave. There were about 100 of them, including the 3 to 5/4 Tribulation Masters of Creation, a few 3 Tribulation Masters of Creation, and a few 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation. Despicable people. Li Xianxian glanced at them coldly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He wanted to suggest that Ning Qi teach them a lesson, but he realized that Ning Qi didn't seem to care at all. Seeing this, Li Xianxian could only curse these guys in his heart. When Ning Qi and the others disappeared from everyone's sight, Ding Hai looked at the group of cultivators who didn't leave with them. Ning Beixian is extremely powerful. Why did you guys let go of this opportunity? Boss, his ability is terrifying indeed. But he's offended the 9th Netherworld Devil Sect, after all. Even 10,000 heavenly evil villages can't compare to such a colossus. If we follow him, then we'll probably die beneath the blades of the 9th Netherworld Devil Sect one day. That's right. Unfortunately, there will always be people who can't see this. They will definitely regret it in the future. The rest of the 4 Tribulation creators looked at each other resentfully, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly, revealing a trace of complacency, as if they were extremely proud of themselves for choosing to stay in time. I'm afraid you guys will regret it. Ding Hai sighed and told Su Jiang to look after Xiang and the others before he turned around and left. Regret? The others didn't know why Ding Hai said that, but their eyes were filled with disdain. What was there to regret? Although the other party was strong, it didn't mean anything. If they didn't go to Cloud Rising Village, there would be many villages that wanted to recruit them. But not long after, when these guys learned that all the villagers of Cloud Rising Village had gone to cultivate under the impassable divine stone, they almost bit their teeth and swallowed their regret. Junior brother, your golden body is broken? Chapter 1741. Buddha's light shines, senior brother. Sakya Huijing opened her eyes and smiled bitterly. She stood up and bowed. The great gamble is about to start. Isn't senior brother guarding the realm gate? Why are you here? Why? Are you planning to keep this a secret from senior brother? It's no small matter that your golden body has been destroyed. Your many years of cultivation might be destroyed. It's not right that you didn't send someone to inform me of such a big matter. The young monk looked at Sakya Huijing coldly. My golden body has been destroyed. I can only blame myself for not understanding the situation. The other party has already spared my life. What else is there to say? Junior brother plans to cultivate here and see if there's a chance for me to condense my golden body again. Although my combat power won't be as strong as before, I'll have a longer lifespan. I'm already satisfied with chanting Buddhist scriptures. Sakya Huijing said softly, Junior brother, do you know that ever since our 9 Shatters ancient temple was established, some of the forces that used to stand side by side with us have disappeared without a trace, and some have been reduced to third-rate sections. The 6 paths of reincarnation sect, the Netherworld Devil sect, and the Yin Yang sect. Which of them has a longer history than our 9 Shatters ancient temple? The young monk turned around and said slowly with his back facing Sakya Huijing, It's the blessing of Buddha. Sakya Huijing put her palms together. Buddha? Have you seen a real Buddha? In the eyes of mortals, we are Buddha. If we don't live up to our expectations, who can bless us? Which of the sects that have disappeared and declined didn't offend our Nine Shatters ancient temple? If there's a grudge, you have to take revenge. If someone punches you 3 times, you have to punch them 30 times. It doesn't matter if you can't win. There's more than one way to take revenge. Junior brother, you've been chanting Buddhist scriptures and cultivating Buddhist scriptures all day. Do you know that the truth of this world is still above the fist? The young monk turned around abruptly and looked at Shakyamuni Huijing with disappointment. Then he clenched his right fist, and the void shattered inch by inch under his clench. If you don't have a strong enough fist, how many people will listen to your Buddhist teachings? Originally, I planned to let you take over my position in the temple when you break through to the 8 Tribulation Creator realm and become the new generation's protector of the 9 Slaughter ancient temple. As for me, I will have to leave this desperate situation and search for an opportunity to break through to the 9 Tribulation Creator realm. But now, it seems that if you become the protector of the 9 Slaughter ancient temple, in the future, the 9 Slaughter ancient temple's fists will be soft. I can't give you this position, the young monk said calmly. I've disappointed senior brother. Sakya Huijing smiled faintly, as if she did not value this position highly. The one who broke your golden body is called Ning Bei-xian, right? The young monk sighed. Sakya Huijing nodded. I got it. I'll help you get those punches back. This kid is a wanted criminal of the Joyful Demon sect. I'll give him some face this time. As soon as the young monk finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Sakya Huijing was silent for a moment before she suddenly said, Rui! Martial granduncle. Sakya Rui walked in with a guilty conscience. You were the one who sent the news? Sakya Huijing said calmly. That's right, Martial granduncle. You've cultivated your golden body for so many years, but it was broken by that guy. I can't take this lying down, Sakya Rui admitted calmly. Forget it. You can leave. Sakya Huijing waved her hand. Sakya Rui heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he would be punished to face the wall. He did not expect that this martial granduncle did not plan to punish him for acting on his own. After Sakya Rui left, Sakya Huijing was silent for a moment before she suddenly looked at the void and smiled. Senior brother, ever since you were young, Master doted on you the most. When you were 5, he started explaining the supreme golden Buddha body art to you. As for me, I could only listen to some Buddhist theories. You started cultivating at the age of 5, condensed your core at the age of 18, attained eternal life at the age of 33, attained Dharma idol at the age of 70, and broke through to the creation realm at the age of 4,000. You're the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in this generation of 9 Rakshasa ancient temple. That's why I like to chant, and you like to use your fists. But fists really can't solve all problems, Sakya Huijing let out a sigh, and looked in the direction of Cloud Rising Village with a smile. Senior brother, have a safe journey, Cloud Rising Village. Ning Qi ordered Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei to take care of the miscellaneous affairs in the village. The 2 girls could not believe it at first, but after confirming that Ning Qi was not joking, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly led the new villagers and started to renovate Cloud Rising Village, building more cultivation caves. As for Tian Xia and the others, they were guarded by Ning Zi and the others. They were imprisoned in the prison that Cloud Rising Village already had. It was a mountain that had been hollowed out. Before this, it seemed that many cultivators had been imprisoned in it. After making all the arrangements, Ningqi arrived at a valley 30 li away from Cloud Rising Village. System, I want to level up. Leveling up commencing. Host, please be prepared. The sky gradually darkened. A vortex appeared in the sky, and a golden dragon swam in it. At the same time that Ningqi arrived at the valley, a young monk in a white robe arrived at Cloud Rising Village. He looked more like a scholar than a monk. Who are you? Ning Bai walked out of the village. Both of them were wearing white clothes, but Ning Bai's expression was colder. Are you Ning Beixian? The young monk looked at Ningbai indifferently. He could sense an unusual aura from Ningbai. Ningbai should be a sixth tribulation creator, which didn't match the Ning Beixian in the rumors. However, hiding one's cultivation was too common, not to mention that Ning Beixian was a cultivator who could defeat his junior brother. Boss is not in the village. There are no Buddhists in the village. You've come to the wrong place. Ningbai said indifferently. He's not here? Then I'll go to the village and wait for him. The young monk smiled and walked into the village. Ningbai subconsciously went up to stop him, but he was met with a terrifying power of creation. With a puff, Ningbai was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The young monk did not seem to have done anything. He walked into the village without even looking at Ningbai. The commotion attracted the attention of the villagers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning Zi, Ning Jin, and Fatty Ning arrived at the village entrance at the same time. They stared at the young monk coldly. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the others also walked out. Thousands of eyes landed on the young monk. Everyone had different expressions. All six tribulation creators. There's also a trace of the demonic aura. You're all demonic, right? That Ning Beixian might be a demonic beast too? Great, the Buddhist aura is shining brightly today. Why don't you sit down and listen to my chanting? Chapter 1742. Advancement. Who is this? The cultivators who had just joined the cloud-rising village stared at the young monk in confusion. Was this monk here to spread Buddhism, or was he here to cause trouble? But didn't the village chief offend the joyful demon sect? Why did a monk come to look for trouble? This person seems to be from the Nine Phantasms ancient temple. Zhang Qinghua's eyes flickered. Nine Phantasms ancient temple? Is it because Beixian broke the old monk's golden body and is here for revenge? Saint Consort Cold Sky's expression turned cold. Madam, the monks from the Nine Phantasms ancient temple in the realm of death are all very powerful. Since the village chief isn't home, why don't we retreat for now? Ji Kuei said in a low voice. Fang Qin and Fang Shu also looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky. Their thoughts were similar to Ji Kuei's. In the previous battle, Mo Dong and the others couldn't even take a single blow from Ning Qi. Only the old monk managed to exchange a few punches with Ning Qi. Now that this young monk was here, his cultivation would definitely not be any weaker than the old monk. No need. Saint Consort Cold Sky looked at the young monk coldly. Her figure moved slightly and she landed at the entrance of the village. The other women hurriedly followed her. A Transcendence Realm cultivator. The young monk's gaze landed on Saint Consort Cold Sky, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. From her demeanor and the reactions of the crowd, this woman should have a high status in the village, but her cultivation was much weaker. A mere Transcendence Realm cultivator in the realm of death was no different from a mortal outside. After all, this was a place made up of almost all creators. Are you a venerable monk from the Nine Phantasms ancient temple? Saint Consort Cold Sky asked calmly. Yes. The young monk smiled slightly. May I know how to address you, venerable monk? Saint Consort Cold Sky asked again. Buddha's reincarnation. The young monk's face was calm, and he had no intention of hiding his identity. But when the crowd heard this name, they all showed a trace of surprise. Buddha's reincarnation. Ranked 9th on the realm of Death's combat ranking. Apart from him, the other strongest person from the Nine Phantasms ancient temple was only ranked 27th. The names of the top 50 rankers on the list of powerhouses were widely spread throughout the desperate death zone. Even a 3-year-old child could recite their names backwards. Each and every one of them were legendary figures. They were the top and most important forces every time the 3 Great Despairs started a grand gambling war. This concerned the distribution of resources in the entire great despair realm. So it's Master Sakyamuni. The saint concubine smiled, but her expression didn't change. The fact that he could injure Whitey meant that his cultivation base was higher than Ning Zi and the others. Knowing this, even if he was the #1 expert on the power rankings, it didn't make any difference to the saint concubine who was ranked 9th. What she needed to do now was buy time until Ning Chi returned. Then, according to sage concubine Kolsky's experience, the monk would be beaten very badly. "You don't seem to be afraid of me?" Shikyamin looked back at the sacred concubine with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Master, you practice the Dharma, so you naturally won't kill the innocent. Why should I be afraid of you?" The sacred concubine said with a smile. "However, you are in league with the demon race. In my eyes, you are no different from a demon. Naturally, I can send you to the afterlife." Shikyamin said with a smile, "Master, did you come here today to see my husband?" The sacred concubine didn't answer and changed the topic. "Ning Beixian is your husband? No wonder your cultivation base is so low among these people, but your position is so high. So that's how it is. Don't tell me that your husband is hiding because he's afraid and wants you, a woman, to come and plead for him?" Shikyamin said with a smile, "Boss is not afraid of you." Ning Jin bared his teeth and stared at Shikyamin. His eyes were fixed on his neck and chest, as if he was calculating where to bite. "My husband is not in the village right now. There are many women in the village, so I won't invite you in. If you are willing to wait, you can rest here for a while. When my husband comes back, you can discuss the Tao with him." The sacred concubine said with a smile, "No matter if they are men or women, they are all skeletons in my eyes. I don't care about that. Female benefactors shouldn't be like this." Shakyamuni laughed and walked straight into the village. Ning Zi and the other 3 instantly tried to stop him, but all 4 of them were punched by Shakyamuni and were sent flying. This time, Shakyamuni's fist seemed to be even heavier. Ning Jin's small body took a few breaths of time to get up from the ground. The 4 wanted to fight Shikyamin, but the sacred concubine waved her hand to stop them. Coldness flashed in her eyes as she stared at Shikyamin. "Since Master must enter the village, then please." Not long after, Shakyamuni arrived at the grandest hall in Cloudrise village and sat down on the main seat without any hesitation. Seeing this, the women's eyes flashed with disgust. As for the Cloudrise village villagers, they didn't know what to do. Although they had complete confidence in Ning Chi, the person who had come was Shiga Samsara, who was ranked 9th on the combat strength rankings. Could their village chief be a match for such a terrifying figure? Someone tried to leave Cloudrise village, but the sharp-eyed Li Xianxian saw him. "What are you doing?" "Shikyamin is here. Are you going to stay here and wait for death?" The cultivator raised his head and said, "Despicable person. Men beat him to death." Li Xianxian was furious. The cultivator was drowned in the blink of an eye, beaten black and blue, and locked up with Tian Xiazi's group. The other cultivators who were hesitating to leave saw this and didn't say a word. At this time, a terrifying aura came from the sky. Li Xianxian saw the whirlpool in the distance and was shocked. A creator is going through a tribulation. In the hall, Shikyamin also sensed the aura. He walked out and looked at the whirlpool. Judging by the strength of the lightning tribulation, it should be a 5 tribulation creator advancing to 6 tribulation creator. "Master, do you want to go take a look?" The sacred concubine smiled. "It's just a small lightning tribulation." Shikyamin shook his head and laughed. His eyes flashed with disdain, then he sat back down and closed his eyes. The corner of Saint Consort Cold Sky's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of mockery flashed through her eyes. Boom! The golden lightning struck Ning Chi's body, and everything within a 10-mile radius instantly turned to dust. This lightning was at least 3 to 4 times more terrifying than the previous one. Ning Qi kept circulating the confining dragon-elephant art, but he was still struck into charcoal. He spat out a mouthful of blood with golden lines on it, and his meridians were in a mess. But at least he survived. Ding! Congratulations to host for advancing to 5 Tribulation Creator. System, exchange for a top-grade training ground. Ning Qi disappeared on the spot. The next time he appeared, a day had passed. In the top-grade training ground, a year had passed. In a year's time, he recovered from his previous injuries. There seems to be a guest in the village. Chapter 1743. What did that mean? Clenching his fist slightly, Ning Qi felt the strength of the dragon and elephant filling his body. He was quite satisfied. After absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation, Ning Qi had saved at least hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation. His pure physical strength had more than doubled. Before this, Ning Qi could crush an 8 Tribulation Creator with just his physical strength alone. Now that his physical strength had doubled, his power had reached an unbelievable level. I'm already a 5 Tribulation Creator, but it seems like there's still a gap between me and a 9 Tribulation Creator. It's just that I'm infinitely close. Perhaps I'll be able to fight against a 9 Tribulation Creator like the Happy Joy Demon Venerate if I break through to the 6 Tribulation Creator. However, if I were to face 10X or that Corpse King, the 5 Great Yuan Venerates would still be much weaker. But with my current physical strength, I should be able to protect myself even if I enter the immortal prison. Little Six had said that the immortal purgatory was a fragment of the Devil Clan's continent. It was filled with devil energy, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to use their power inside. Once they used up all their power, they wouldn't be able to absorb any more power from the heaven and earth. They would only be able to absorb devil energy, and then they would be devilized. In addition, the physical strength of the demon race was something even the immortal race had to look up to. Therefore, it was safest to enter the immortal prison with a strong enough physical strength. That way, they wouldn't need to use the immortal chi in their bodies and could only use it for emergencies. Cloud Rising Village. In a grand hall, Sakyamuni sat on the main seat with his eyes closed. His lips were trembling slightly. Everyone could hear a Buddhist scripture that seemed to come from his heart. Ning Zi and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. This Buddhist scripture seemed to be targeted at demons. The sacred concubine and the others didn't have any other reactions besides some disgust. But when they heard the Buddhist scripture, it was like a huge hammer pounding on their hearts. Buzz, buzz, Ning Bai had been injured twice before. Coupled with the Buddhist scripture, his face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and didn't admit defeat to Sakyamuni. Ning Zi and the other 2 stood around Ning Bai, protecting him from the attacks of the Buddhist scriptures. When the sacred concubine and the other women saw this, they immediately asked Shakyamuni to stop chanting. But Shakyamuni didn't care, as if he couldn't hear them. Big monk, that's enough. 2 figures appeared outside the door. Little Yu walked into the hall with Zhuo Ling, with a cold expression, and looked at Sakyamuni coldly. The eyes of Sakyamuni's reincarnation suddenly opened, and he stopped chanting the Buddhist scriptures. Ning Bai's face suddenly looked better. He has the aura of the Fox clan on him. However, he is not of the Heavenly Fox clan. He is a human. The cultivation technique he cultivates is also very strange. It faintly contains the meaning of Tao. Shakyamuni squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 girls. After that, he smiled and said, 2 young ladies, I feel that the 2 of you are fated with the Buddha. After this, the 2 of you can follow me back to the 9 ruins ancient temple. Perverted monk. This time, the women could not help but scold. Emptiness is form, and form is emptiness. There is no man or woman in this poor monk's eyes, so how can there be lust? Sakyamuni Samsara laughed lightly, not minding it at all. You, Ling, go back and cultivate first. Sacred concubine Cold Sky signaled the 2 women with her eyes. No need, wait here together. When the time comes, I will avenge my junior brother and let go of the obsession in my heart. Then I will take them away. Sakyamuni Samsara smiled at sacred concubine Cold Sky. Madam, we will watch here and see how he dies. Little you! Glanced at Sakyamuni Samsara coldly, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Then she pulled Zhuoling, to sit beside sacred concubine Cold Sky. Sakyamuni Samsara smiled and closed his eyes again. His lips moved slightly, and the Buddhist scriptures that made Ning Bai and the others uncomfortable came out of his mouth again. Monk, I am back. Why don't you keep this Buddhist scripture for when you have the chance to go back to the 9 ruins ancient temple? A voice rang out in the hall, like the roar of an elephant or a dragon, instantly diluting Sakyamuni Samsara's Buddhist scriptures. Ning Chi's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Boss, young master. When Ning Zi and the others saw Ning Chi, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Little you, and the others were also very happy. They looked at Shakyamuni mockingly. There was going to be a good show to watch. Ning Chi used his eyes to signal everyone to calm down. His gaze then landed on Sakya reincarnation and smiled. Monk, who are you? To Sakya Huijing. You are Ning Beixian? I am Huijing senior brother. Sakyamuni Samsara. Sakya Samsara's gaze landed on Ning Chi, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Wasn't this person only a 4th tribulation creator? But now, he sensed the aura of a 5 tribulation creator from Ning Chi. Could it be that he was the one undergoing the lightning tribulation just now? Thinking up to this point, Sakya reincarnation couldn't help but glance at the sacred concubine. The sacred concubine had a smile on her face, but she was looking at Sakya reincarnation with a mocking gaze. Shiga reincarnation was now sure that this woman knew that it was Ning Beixian who was going through the tribulation. She was purposely teasing him and dispelling his curiosity. However, he had just overcome the lightning tribulation, so shouldn't he be covered in wounds? Thinking to this point, Shiga Samsara felt somewhat uncertain. I'm very curious. Did Sakyamuni Huijing ask you to come here? Ning Chi looked at Sakya reincarnation with a strange gaze. Although my junior brother's golden body was broken by you, he has become a little foolish from cultivating Buddhism. He actually doesn't plan to seek revenge from you. This news was sent to me by other monks from the 9 prefectures' ancient temple. Sakya reincarnation smiled faintly. He didn't attack Ning Chi immediately because he was confident. Foolish? He should have done everything he could to stop you from coming here. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have appeared in Cloud Rising Village. However, you did. This proves that your junior brother isn't that foolish. Ning Chi smiled. What do you mean? Sakya reincarnation looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Because he should know that you can't defeat me. Isn't letting you appear here the same as sending you to your death? Ning Chi said with a smile. The laughter of the women resounded in the hall. Everyone looked at Sakya reincarnation with a faint smile. In their eyes, the monk before them had already become a joke. 9th on the hopeless death list? So what if that's the case? Their understanding was that as long as Ning Chi showed full confidence, the other party wouldn't be Ning Chi's match. Your battle prowess is indeed very strong to be able to break my junior brother's golden body. However, his supreme golden Buddha body art is still miles away from mine. Sakya reincarnation's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Ning Chi and threw a light punch at Ning Chi's head. His arm was emitting a golden glow. Chapter 1744. Let's make a bet. Bam! Sakya reincarnation's fist was stuck in midair as Ning Chi's hand grabbed it tightly. Sakya reincarnation's figure flickered as he punched out a few more times. Bam, bam, bam. No matter how he attacked, no matter how tricky the angle was, Ning Chi just stood there with one hand behind his back and only used the other to block all the moves of the Buddha's reincarnation. It looked like he was doing it with ease, and it was unusually easy. How is this possible? Sakya Reincarnation's eyes were filled with shock, although his punches looked light on the surface, as if they didn't have any strength. Even an 8 tribulation creator wouldn't be able to withstand his punches so easily if they didn't cultivate any special physique tempering techniques. In the end, Ning Beixian, who was only a 5 tribulation creator, actually managed to take on all of his punches without even shaking a bit. I already said that you can't beat me. Sakya Huijing didn't risk his life to stop you because he wanted you to come here to die. How dare you say he's stupid? Ning Qi smiled at Sakya Reincarnation. Light laughter rang out in the hall. The sacred concubine and the other women looked at Shiga Samsara with a hint of ridicule. Just a moment ago he had been so arrogant, but in front of Ning Qi he was like a 3-year-old child. Not a single move could even touch the corner of Ning Qi's clothes. And he even said that he had cultivated the golden body to the point where he could use it freely. What a joke! Impossible. Even a 9 tribulation creator can't compare to my golden body. Who are you? You must have hidden your cultivation. Sakya Reincarnation looked at Ning Qi with fear and took a few steps back. Me? Isn't it Ning Beixian? Don't tell me you didn't even know who I am and came here like an idiot? Ning Qi smiled. Boss, he just said he wants us to convert to Buddhism. Ning Jin sneered. He even said he wants to take me and Ling Er away. He's a perverted monk. Little Yua said. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. When he looked at Sakya Reincarnation again, he didn't smile anymore. Are you an 8 tribulation creator or a 9 tribulation creator? If you're a 9 tribulation creator, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be suppressed by the impassable godly stone. I won't hold it against you for destroying my junior brother's golden body. But in the future, the monks of my 9 prefectures' ancient temple will definitely come to you for guidance. Shakyamuni said with an ugly expression. The real 5 calamities, master of creation. As for whether you want to make a fuss about it or not, it's not up to you today. Sakya, Huijing sent you here to die, so I have to satisfy his request. Next time I find him, I'll ask him for more benefits. Ning Qi laughed. Impossible. How could a 5 tribulation creator withstand my punches? Also, stop trying to sow discord. I came here on my own accord. It has nothing to do with my junior brother. Sakya Samsara stared at Ning Qi. You're just a frog in a well. In this world, there are many things that you think are impossible. How much do you know? Did he really think of himself as a deity? They're not in a place like this, but above. Ning Qi smiled faintly and pointed at the sky. Sakya Samsara was silent for a while, then suddenly attacked again. The women in the hall saw this and hurriedly scolded him for being despicable. This time, Sakya Samsara's body was covered in golden light, and there was also a blue light mixed in. He had used the divine power of the impassable godly stone. You've just come to the impasse of death, so you don't know what divine power is. The higher your ranking on the combat power ranking, the stronger the divine power. You're the real frog in the well. Sakya Samsara laughed sinisterly. At this moment, his aura doubled. Ning Qi's eyes finally revealed a trace of seriousness. However, it was just seriousness. If the other party wanted to make him afraid, he would have to be a 9 calamities master of creation. Clearly, Sakya Samsara still had a long way to go before he reached this realm. Boom! Sakya Samsara's body leaned forward after Ning Qi's palm landed on his head. His upper body was directly inserted into the ground, leaving only his legs exposed. I said, "You're no match for me." As Ning Qi said this, he stepped on Sakya Samsara. His landing point was very tricky, right between his legs. After a few stomps, Sakya Samsara's entire body was submerged into the ground. From the trembling of his exposed ankles, one could see how much pain he was suffering at this moment. Ning Bai and Ning Jin subconsciously looked down. Even Fatty Ning, who was slow to react and only knew how to eat all day, seemed to sense something and clamped his legs together. Pull him out. Ning Chi glanced at Sakya Samsara's health. It had already dropped to a thin layer, so he signaled to Ningbai. Ningbai wordlessly stepped forward and pulled Sakya Samsara out, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Sakya Samsara's eyes were tightly shut, no longer as elegant as before. There was a huge wound on his forehead, almost piercing through. It was this injury that caused Sakya Samsara to lose the ability to resist. After being smashed by Ningbai again, Sakya Samsara's defense seemed to have reached its limit. His body emitted the sound of glass shattering, and then his golden skin began to crack. Like a spider web, the cracks rapidly spread throughout his body, finally turning into fragments that fell to the ground and disappeared. You broke my golden body? Sakya Samsara slowly opened his eyes, speaking with some difficulty. Should be, but it wasn't me who broke it, it was him. Ning Chi pointed at Ningbai. A trace of resentment flashed in Sakya Samsara's eyes. He did not look at Ningbai, but continued to stare at Ning Chi. You really dare to kill me today? My junior brother knows that I'm here. Aren't you afraid that the monks of 9 Phantasms' ancient temple will come for revenge? Even if they can't kill you, don't tell me your wife and your family have the same level of cultivation as you? As long as I'm in a hopeless situation, do you believe that your junior brother won't spread the news that you're here? Ningchi looked at Sakya Samsara with a smile. I don't believe it. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After I die, I will go to the real Buddha realm. One day, I will see you again. First, let me tell you that this world has another world, the immortal realm and even the demon realm, but there is no Buddha realm. The real immortals and Buddhas are all in the immortal continent. After you die, you will only go to the netherworld, not the so-called Buddha realm. Don't argue, let's make a bet. Do you want to see if your junior brother will bring people to save you before you die? Ning Chi said with a smile. Sakya Samsara was slightly stunned. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If you lose, just give me the supreme golden Buddha body chant. If you win, I won't kill you and will let you go. How about it? Do you want to bet? Chapter 1745. Who could it be? You want the supreme golden Buddha body incantation? Impossible. Shiga reincarnation rejected without hesitation. Ning Chi's fist also landed on his head. Shiga reincarnation did not expect Ning Chi to be so decisive. He quickly shouted, Wait! The fist stopped only half an inch away from his head. How about it? You want to bet? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. I'll bet with you this time. Shiga reincarnation gritted his teeth. He still did not want to believe that he was here because of Sakya Huijing's plan. It did not make sense. The Sakya Huijing that he knew was not this kind of person. The two of them were about the same age. They grew up together in 9 Phantasms' ancient temple. Their friendship was much deeper than the other monks in 9 Phantasms' ancient temple. Shiga reincarnation firmly believed that he would win this bet. In order to prevent you from going back on your words, you and I will make a blood oath. If we break this oath, we will be destroyed by the heavens. Our souls will never enter reincarnation. How about it? Ning Chi smiled. If I lose, I will also die. Is this oath of any use to me? Aren't you afraid that I won't care about the blood oath's punishment? Shiga reincarnation was startled. Oh, I forgot to mention. If you lose, I will suppress you for 100 years. During this 100 years, you will stay in Cloud Rising Village and help if there are enemies. Other than that, you are not allowed to go more than 100 li away. Once the 100 years are up, the blood oath will be broken and you will be free. Oh, to give your junior brother a surprise, you should grow your hair. Don't be a monk for now. Ning Chi smiled. What, you won't kill me? Shiga reincarnation looked at Ning Chi in shock. From what he could see, the other party was determined to kill him. But now it was to suppress him for 100 years. Young master, if you let this perverted monk stay in Cloud Rising Village, won't we be in danger? Little you, said unhappily. Cold Sky, Saint Concubine, comforted her. Beishian has his own plans. I know, but Little you lowered her head. All right, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can tell that this monk has nothing to do with perverted monks. Ningqi smiled. Sakya Samsara felt somewhat gratified. The other party finally had a good eye. At the very least, he could see that he was not a perverted monk. In all honesty, regardless of gender, they were all the same in his eyes. How about it? Are you going to swear the blood oath? Ningqi laughed. Send. Sakya Luanhui nodded. After that, the two of them made a blood oath. Ningqi threw a few healing pills to him and asked Ning Bai to bring Sakya Samsara down to treat his injuries. His golden body had been broken by Ningqi, and he had used up the divine power from before. Now his cultivation was at most equivalent to an ordinary 8 tribulation creator. Ning Zi and the other 3, working together, could suppress Sakya Samsara, not to mention that he had already made a blood oath. Unless the deities and Buddhas descended to the mortal world to free him from being locked by the rules of the heavenly Tao, he would not be able to violate the requirements of the blood oath. You kept him because you wanted to verify this technique with him when you obtained the supreme golden Buddha body incantation. Cold Sky Saint Consort walked to Ningqi's side and smiled. That's right. This is the strongest body tempering technique I have seen apart from the prison elephant dragon art. If you can fuse it with the subclass, it can increase the power of the prison elephant dragon art. When the time comes, I will teach it to you. Ningqi smiled and nodded. In fact, he had already asked the dragon slaying mall, but this technique was not available. Other body tempering techniques were too expensive. Ningqi had to use the dragon-slaying crystals to buy sky blue water to irrigate the purple void divine tree. It was not enough at all, not to mention taking out hundreds of thousands to buy a body tempering technique that might not be able to be fused with the prison elephant dragon art. Reaching out to touch Cold Sky Saint Consort's belly, Ningqi smiled and said, This guy, after staying in there for so long, he can't bear to come out, can he? He kicked me a while ago. Cold Sky Saint Concubine said with a smile. Feng Qin and Feng Shu were also very happy. It wouldn't be long before their little lord was born. He knows how to kick people? A hint of joy flashed in Ningqi's eyes. This meant that his first child would be born soon. Compared to Dongfang Haojie and the others, his progress could be considered full. He estimated that when his child was born, Dongfang Haojie might even be able to hold a grandson. After obtaining the greatest benefits from the despair of death, Ningqi planned to gather Dongfang Haojie, Meng Qingling, and the others to rebuild the War God Temple. At that time, the War God Temple would not be a force that anyone could bully. Perhaps at that time, Ningqi would choose to kill Joyful Demon, venerable to liven things up. In the next few days, the surroundings of Cloud Rising Village were very peaceful. No monks from the 9 Sharpness Ancient Temple came to the village. On the contrary, after the villagers found out that Sakya Samsara did not show up again, they were even more in awe of Ningqi. The cultivators who had thought of leaving the village to seek refuge were now very determined. Since even the 9th-ranked Sakya Samsara could not overthrow Cloud Rising Village, a village like this was already a top force in the despair of death. What reason did they have to be dissatisfied? Instead, all of them became cautious, afraid of being chased out of the village. Ningqi also distributed the first batch of cultivation resources. The wealth of any 2nd or 3rd tribulation master of creation was enough for these Dharma manifestation cultivators who weren't even masters of creation to cultivate for 10 to 20 years. At the entrance of the village, Ningqi and Sakya Samsara stood side by side. Have you given up now? Half a month has passed. Has there been any movement from your junior brother? Even if he can't beat me, he can at least send someone to take a look, right? But now, not even a little monk has appeared. With your intelligence, you must have already guessed what this means. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Why is he treating me like this? Sakya Samsara's expression was a little ugly. He could not understand why Sakya Huijing would treat him like this. Now that things had come to this, he was very sure that Ning Qi was telling the truth. From the beginning, Sakya Huijing did not think that he could beat Ning Qi. When he thought about how Sakya Huijing was so respectful every time they met, and how she never retorted, no matter how he scolded her, Sakya Huijing was in disbelief. Sometimes it's hard to understand a person's mind. I'm a bystander, but you're a bystander. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A bystander is a bystander. A bystander is a bystander. Ha ha ha. Fine, I'll personally ask my junior brother after 100 years. This is the Supreme Buddha Golden Body secret art. It has to be combined with the cultivation of Buddhism. Do you plan to join my 9 sharpness ancient temple? Sakya Samsara took out a jade slip and passed it to Ning Qi with a faint smile on his face. From this moment onwards, he had lost the bet. Next, he would have to stay in Cloud Rising Village for 100 years to complete the rest of the bet. Boom! Chapter 1746. The 9th on the combat power, ranking the names on the stone tablet, from the 1st to the 50th, were all familiar to everyone. There was only one name that had just been added some time ago, but that guy was already a peerless expert before he entered the top 50 of the combat strength list. How long has it been since the combat power ranking reappeared? Doesn't that mean there's another expert in the top 50? Who could it be? Everyone was shocked, expectant, and confused. As for those experts who were half a step away from touching the list of combat strength, their mood was even more complicated. They were all secretly guessing in their hearts which enemy or friend had broken through. Very quickly, the crowd saw Shiga Samsara, who was ranked 9th, disappear from the combat power ranking and was replaced by a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian? Who is this guy? How did he get to the 9th position? Sakya Samsara died in his hands? This monk's supreme golden Buddha body incantation must have reached a very high level, right? Even the top 3 on the combat power ranking might not be able to kill him so easily. That's terrifying. I know this guy. He's a wanted criminal from the Joyful Demon sect. Rumor has it that he stole the Joyful Demon sovereign's Joyful Demon gourd. No wonder there's no news from the Joyful Demon sect. It looks like most of the cultivators they sent to suppress him are dead. Do any of you know Mo Dong and Qiuzhan? Send a message to them and find out what's going on. When every cultivator saw Ning Qi's name appear in the 9th position on the combat ability ranking, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since someone who had just appeared on the combat ability ranking and was already in the top 10 was in a desperate situation like this? Even the top 20 cultivators hadn't moved there, but for a long time. Their rankings had remained the same all year round. This was because everyone was a heaven's chosen, and they were constantly chasing each other. In the end, without any special opportunities, the gap between their cultivation bases remained the same. You couldn't catch up to me, and I couldn't catch up to you in a temple somewhere. Sakya Huijing stood in the courtyard and raised his head to look at the combat power list. Sakya Rui stood beside him with a shocked expression. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. Ning Beixian is this powerful. Even Martial Granduncle was no match for him? This Shigaruncle master was the protector of the 9 slayers. He was a battle monk who specialized in fighting for the 9 prefectures' ancient temple. Countless 8 tribulation masters of creation had died under his fists. He had been ranked 9th on the combat power ranking for countless years, but he had actually fallen? Martial Granduncle. Sakya Rui looked at Sakya Huijing, not knowing what to do. This time he was the one who had sent a message to Sakya Samsara, and in the end he had caused Sakya Samsara's death. If the 9 prefectures' ancient temple wanted to hold a grudge against him, he would most likely be severely punished. Sai, this matter started because of me. Don't worry, the temple will not punish you. If anyone is to be punished, it will be me. Sakya Huijing sighed as a trace of worry and sorrow flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Sakya Rui knew that these 2 martial granduncle were like brothers. Now that Sakya Samsara had died, Sakya Huijing would probably have a knot in his heart that could never be untied. Unfortunately, his dharma cultivation was too low, and he could not think of any words to comfort this martial granduncle in front of him. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. We cultivators will die one day. During this period, I will not allow any monk in the temple to find trouble with Ning Beixian. They will only be sending themselves to their deaths. This revenge can only be avenged when we go outside. Sakya Huijing said lightly. Yes, martial granduncle. Sakya Rui nodded and turned to leave. Senior brother, you're leaving just like that. Junior brother is really a little reluctant. Sakya Huijing's lips curled into a smile. He shook his head and returned to his room. He had already found a way to repair his broken golden body, but it would take at least 70 to 80 years, or even 100 years. Ning Beixian actually entered the 9th place on the combat power ranking. Ding Hai stared at the sky, dumbfounded. He happened to be patrolling the streets today, mainly because he was worried about Xia Ying and the others, so he came to see if they were still kneeling on the ground. However, when he walked to Xia Ying and the others, the combat power ranking appeared in the sky. Boss, we're really lucky that we didn't die this time, Su Jiang said with a face full of lingering fear. That's right. If we said anything wrong, even if we didn't die, we would end up like these guys. I didn't expect Ning Beixian's combat power to be so terrifying. He's ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. I won't be able to reach this level even if I spend the rest of my life. Su Jiang, make another billboard and tell everyone that Ning Beixian asked them to kneel here and that they don't have to guard the place anymore. I don't think any cultivators would dare to let them go. Ding Hai said, Yes. Su Jiang nodded. With a thought, the billboard appeared out of thin air and was inserted next to Xia Ying and the other 4. Although Xia Ying and the other 4 could not raise their heads, they could still hear the conversation between Ding Hai and Ning Qi. When they heard that Ning Qi was already an expert ranked 9th on the combat power ranking, their eyes were filled with despair. 7 Sects Valley. This was the place where the 7 great sects gathered, and it was divided into 7 mountains. When the combat power ranking appeared, Xiao Wuye and the others were extremely shocked. At the same time, they also saw the top 50 patriarchs of their respective sects flying out and gathering together to look at the ranking in the air. The only one missing was the old ancestor of the joyful demon sect, because the 2 old ancestors were in seclusion. Otherwise, they would have gone to look for Ning Qi when Mo Dong died. The old ancestor of the 9 sects' ancient temple had an ugly expression on his face. Sakya Reincarnation's name was removed from the combat power ranking, and his cultivation was a level lower than Sakya Reincarnation's. Where did this Ning Beixian come from? Was Sakya Reincarnation dead or alive? Ning Beixian seems to be a wanted criminal of the joyful demon sect. According to the message from our men, that's indeed the case. But could it be someone with the same name? Could this Ning Beixian be the same Ning Beixian? That's unlikely. The group of old ancestors who were all in the top 50 of the combat power ranking looked at each other with a strange expression. In the end, they all looked at the old ancestor of the 9 sects' ancient temple. Sakya Wunyan, your junior brother's name has been removed from the combat power ranking. You didn't receive any news at all? Amit Ba, junior brother has always been free and unfettered. He doesn't spend much time in the 7 Sects Valley. I don't have much contact with him, so I naturally didn't receive any news. Sakya Wunyan placed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name. The grand battle is about to begin. I didn't expect this Ning Beixian to appear. Someone go and see if he's willing to cooperate with us? If we lose again, the impassable realm stone of death will lose 30% of its power. That's not a good thing for us. The old ancestor of the 9 sex demon sect said with a frown. Venerable Wunyan, go. You can ask Sakya reincarnation what's going on. Chapter 1747. Undefeated in the face of the 9 tribulation Sia, Thoughtless glanced at the old man of Inyang sect and said, Granny Long, I think we need to renegotiate this matter. Now that this brat is a wanted criminal of Joyful Demon sect, we'd better have the 2 benefactors of Joyful Demon sect sound him out. I'm a bit restless these days. I'm afraid that my inner demon is going to find me. Don't come to me before the big battle. After saying that, Sakya, Thoughtless, moved and disappeared in front of everyone. This monk is as timid as a mouse. It's a pity that the Buddha's reincarnation was most likely killed by Ningbaishan. Without the Buddha's reincarnation and the Buddha's thought of thoughtlessness, I'm afraid we still won't be able to defeat the cultivators of the Tao, repository realm, and the Thunder realm. Grandma Long said with a solemn expression, Cultivators from the central mainland like to stay in the Despair realm, because this had been the case since ancient times. The Thunder realm and the Tao Scripture realm were mostly native cultivators of the 9 desolations. The human race only made up a small proportion, and many of the experts were nurtured by Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. The Despair realm had already been defeated twice in a row in the 3 Despair realms. They really couldn't afford to lose a 3rd time. Otherwise, their cultivation base would stagnate for the next few hundred years, and the divine power boost provided by the impassable realm divine stones would also decrease. Call the 2 from the Joyous Demon sect out, then. They have been in seclusion for so long, and it's time for them to contribute a little. The patriarch of the 9 Nether Demon sect smiled and pointed in the direction of the Joyous Demon sect. A wave of creation power shot out like an arrow. Not long after, a long whistle was heard and 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was a man and a woman, and they both looked to be in their 30s. Old Ghost Han, you're disturbing our dual cultivation. Do you have a death wish? The 2 of them stared at the ancestor of the 9th Netherworld Demon sect. Old Ghost Han laughed dryly and looked at the couple. Flaming Sun, Shy Moon, it's not that this old man wants to disturb you 2, but your Joyous Demon sect's wanted criminal has now become an expert ranked 9th on the combat strength list. Even Sakya Samsara seems to have died by his hands, hindering our plans for the grand gambling war in the future. Why don't you 2 go and test him? If possible, why don't we put aside our past enmity and have him cooperate with us in the grand gambling war? Really? Flaming Sun and Shy Moon, the famous husband and wife of the delightful demon sect, subconsciously looked up. As expected, they saw Ning Chi's name on the combat power ranking, and Buddha's reincarnation had disappeared. The 2 of them thought quickly. Either one of them was no match for Buddha's reincarnation in a one-on-one fight. After all, they were only ranked in the top 20. However, if the 2 of them worked together, Buddha's reincarnation would definitely be no match for them. The 2 of them had dual cultivated for many years. Not only were their minds connected, but they also had many joint attacks. This Ning Baishan seemed to have the delightful demon gourd, but they didn't put Ning Chi in their eyes before. They wanted the people below them to directly suppress him. After all, dual cultivation was more important to them. However, Ning Baishan actually knocked Buddha's reincarnation out of the combat power ranking and replaced him. Such strength was enough for the 2 of them to take him seriously. Thinking of this, Shy Moon sneered, Old Ghost Han, you're a great expert ranked 6th on the combat power ranking, but you don't even dare to test a mere junior. The 2 of us will accept this matter. Chi. Flaming Sun also sneered. Then the 2 of them disappeared in front of everyone. Old Ghost Han didn't seem to care. He smiled at everyone. All right, these 2 went to test him. We just need to wait for the news. Cloud Rising Village. When Li Xianxian and the rest of the villagers saw their village chief's name on the leaderboard. They couldn't help but roar in excitement. Only now did they realize that their village chief's strength had reached such a terrifying level. The chief is ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. If it was in the past, I wouldn't even have the right to meet the peerless experts, ranked 50th, let alone 9th. Nonsense. We're merely transcendence, realm cultivators. We should be happy that a creator is interested in us. I didn't expect the chief to be an expert ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. If we have the chance to listen to the chief's lecture in the future, it will greatly benefit our cultivation. Ha ha ha. I think it's funny when I think of those idiots who gave up on the opportunity. I didn't expect Big Brother Beishuan's strength to be so terrifying. What a pity. If Void Butcher wasn't so calculative and made a mistake, he wouldn't have died in a hopeless situation. Zhang Qinghua looked at the combat power ranking and sighed. The two girls already knew from Hu Qingzi how miserable Void Butcher's fate was. At the entrance of the village, Sakya Reincarnation looked away from the combat power ranking and smiled at Ning Qi. Congratulations. Although he already knew this would happen, when he saw his name being removed from the combat power ranking and the divine power in his body weakening by dozens of times, Sakya Samsara felt a little sad. But more than that, he was furious at Sakya Huijing. After the bet was over, he would definitely find Sakya Huijing and ask her if she had ever mistreated him all these years. The god power in Ning Qi's body increased dozens of times. That indistinct connection that no one could capture seemed to become clearer. But if Ning Qi wanted to use this connection to get to the bottom of it, it would be like a dream. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. This divine power can increase my combat power by 30%. With my current combat power, I'm almost at the edge of the 9 tribulations. I'm just a little bit away. But divine power is just an external force. It belongs to the impasse divine stone. This heavenly Tao law doesn't belong to me. Only when I become a 6th tribulation creator will I be able to face the 9 tribulations without losing. Ning Qi's eyes glinted. Then he glanced at the jade scroll in his hand, and a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Supreme Golden Buddha Body Incantation. After looking at it carefully, Ning Qi felt that there were a few mistakes in it. But he wasn't sure if they were really mistakes. If they were, did Sakya Reincarnation do it on purpose? Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled at Sakya Reincarnation. Monk, there are a few parts of this cultivation technique that I don't understand. Let's go back and verify it. Oh, please. Chapter 1748. Chapter 1748. Venerable Teacher, Benefactor, you are really talented. After verifying the invincible Golden Buddha Body Incantation with Ning Qi, the way Shakyamuni looked at Ning Qi gradually changed. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. What he had thought to be a perfect cultivation method actually had as many as 13 mistakes. These 13 mistakes wouldn't cause a person to suffer from cultivation deviation. They would only slow down their cultivation speed. As Ning Qi pointed out these mistakes, he also made up for them one by one. Compared to the confining dragon-elephant technique, the grade of the Supreme Buddha Golden Body technique was much lower. It only had a total of 9 realms, and each realm corresponded to each tribulation. Cultivating to the 9th level would make one a 9 tribulation creator. The prison elephant dragon art had a total of 13 layers, and Ning Qi was currently at the 8th layer. After breaking through to the 9th layer, he believed that there would be a great change in his strength. Ning Qi felt that this was a threshold, and once he crossed this threshold, the benefits he would obtain would be greater than the previous 8 layers combined. Ning Qi had a thorough understanding of the Supreme Golden Buddha Body technique thanks to the prismatic dragon elephant technique. Most of the methods he had used to make up for the mistakes were based on the prismatic dragon elephant technique. It might not be the most perfect method in this world, but it was already shocking to Sakya Reincarnation. What do you think will happen if you cultivate this cultivation technique to its peak? Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, The Supreme Buddha Golden Body mantra had already changed from the 9th heaven to the 10th heaven. There was an extra realm, and that realm was created after these mistakes were made up for. It was not forced at all, but was extremely smooth. After practicing it hundreds of times in his heart, Shiga, reincarnation, raised his head and exclaimed, "If I cultivate to the 10th heaven, I might be able to reach the realm of the Tao Yen Celestial Emperor. That was too terrifying." Didn't the 5 Yuan Venerates and the 9 Tribulation Creators spend their entire lives searching for an opportunity to surpass the 9 Tribulation Creator level? Right now, he actually saw an opportunity. He saw it in the unparalleled golden Buddha body formula that he had cultivated for countless years. If this cultivation technique were to spread, it would be enough to change the world. Even the Tao Yen Celestial Emperor would definitely make a move, let alone the 9 Tribulation Creator level. The most important thing was that he and Ning Qi had verified with each other, so he was now familiar with the new Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation and could recite it backwards. When he thought up to here, Shakyamuni looked at Ning Qi and laughed bitterly. "Benefactor, you probably won't let me leave this place even after 100 years, right?" "Why do you say that?" Ning Qi laughed. "Aren't you afraid that this new Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation will spread?" Shakyamuni replied, "Since I can raise it from an ordinary cultivation technique to this level, do you think such a cultivation technique is very valuable to me? Even if it were to spread, how bad would it be for me?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile, "An ordinary cultivation technique. If it was in the past, Shiga's reincarnation would have definitely explained to the other party. How could the Central Continent's top-notch cultivation technique become an ordinary cultivation technique? But after today, he felt that Ning Qi was right. Cultivation techniques that could not break through the peak of the 9 Tribulation Creator level could probably be classified as ordinary cultivation techniques. Although I broke your golden body, you had already cultivated the old version of the Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation before that. You've already gone astray. Even if I gave you the new version, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Now that you can cultivate it again, I don't know how much stronger you will be in the future." Ning Qi laughed. Shiga's reincarnation's expression gradually became serious. His hatred towards Shakyamuni, Hui Jing, faded a little. He solemnly bowed to Ning Qi. "Benefactor, you have given me a new lease of life. You are like my teacher. Please accept this humble monk's bow." If he had the confidence to become a 9 Tribulation Creator before, then after obtaining the new version of the Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation, his confidence had increased tenfold. In the future, he might have a chance to touch the realm of Tao Yen Celestial Emperor. To him, Ning Qi's teachings today were better than when he was accepted as a disciple by his teacher. There's no need to be so polite. You can cultivate in Cloud Rising Village from now on. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Next, he would also go and transform the new version of the Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation into an auxiliary method to see if it could be integrated into the confining dragon elephant technique. His figure moved slightly, and he entered the top-grade cultivation training ground in front of Shiga's reincarnation. Such a movement technique is indeed unfathomable. What exactly is his background? He managed to raise the level of the Supreme Golden Buddha Body technique with just a few pointers. Even the previous abbot of the 9 Sharpness Ancient Temple was unable to do that. Perhaps only an existence like the Tao Yen Celestial Emperor would be able to do that. Could it be? Shiga's body trembled. The shock in his heart was at its peak. He had thought of an extremely terrifying guess. The reincarnation of an almighty, the top-grade cultivation training ground. Ning Qi sat cross-legged in the stone pavilion, allowing time to pass. Compared to the time when he would feel impatient after cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years, the current Ning Qi could meditate for 100 years, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. As his strength increased, Ning Qi's state of mind was also greatly refined. He had made great progress. Soon, about 15 years had passed. Ning Qi's body gradually turned into a golden statue. It was very similar to the one Shiga's reincarnation used in the past. There were only some slight differences. The color was purer and the body was brighter. If Shiga's reincarnation's golden body could not even reach the purity of 99, around 50 at most, Ning Qi's golden body had reached the standard of 99. 99. Its power had increased exponentially. Phew! Ning Qi let out a long breath and opened his eyes. After 15 years, he had finally succeeded in merging the Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation with the art of suppression and dragon elephant. Right now, the art of suppression and dragon elephant changed from 33 to 34. His cultivation level was also the same as the art of suppression and dragon elephant, reaching the 8th level. With a thought, Ning Qi's body expanded against the wind, revealing the primordial immortal emperor avatar. Ever since he advanced to the top-grade heaven rank, the primordial immortal emperor avatar had not broken through for a long time. Ning Qi had a feeling that if he broke through one more time, his physical body would most likely be the same as the lowest level of the immortal race. However, this threshold was something he had not even touched when he broke through to the 5 Tribulation Creator realm, let alone crossed it. Host, Ning Qi level. 5 Calamities Creator Creation Points. 0/1000000 Art of Cultivation. 8th level of Suppression and Dragon Elephant Art Health Points. 2 Yuan Dragon Slaying Crystal. 19985. These were the stats on Ning Qi's interface after he revealed the primordial immortal emperor Dharma form. His health points had increased from 1 yuan to 2 yuan, which was equivalent to 20 billion health points. Before he merged the Supreme Buddha Golden Body incantation, his health points in his strongest state was only 1. 5 yuan. The dragon slaying crystal was originally worth hundreds of thousands of dragon slaying crystals. Ning Qi only kept about 20,000 and used the rest to buy the azure water. 5 billion health points more. Looks like the art of Buddhism is very suitable for the blood cow. Chapter 1749. A gathering cloud. It only grew this little after drinking so much azure water? In a valley within the good fortune realm, Ning Qi squatted in front of the purple void divine tree. All the dragon slayer crystals he had obtained during this period of time had been exchanged for azure water, which he used to irrigate the purple void divine tree regardless of the cost. However, its growth rate was extremely slow. At this rate, how long will it take before I can climb to the immortal continent? Ning Qi pointed a finger at the purple void divine tree in disappointment. As a result, the thin branch above seemed to have a mind of its own and whipped his finger. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. He touched it with his finger again, and the purple void divine tree retaliated every time. Interesting. It seems like it has its own consciousness, but it's still in the embryonic stage. It can only fight back instinctively. Ning Qi smiled. The purple void divine tree's behavior finally matched its identity of being able to enter the immortal world. I'll come and water you when I have time. You have to grow faster. Ning Qi muttered to himself as he left the creation domain. Those fellows that he had captured previously were still locked up in the prison, so Ning Qi took some time to visit them and turn them into creation points. In order to advance to become a 6th Tribulation Creator, he had to gather 1,000,000 creation points, which was equivalent to 10 times the amount needed for a 4 Tribulation Creator to advance to a 5 Tribulation Creator. Tian Xiazi and the other hundreds of creators had only given Ning Qi less than 7,000 creation points. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 1,000,000 mark. Gather 10,000 villagers and become the strongest village within 1,000,000 miles. The reward is 100,000 creation points. I can start with this mission first. 100,000 creation points was equivalent to Ning Qi killing 20,000 First Tribulation Creators. Now that he only needed to complete a single mission to obtain it, The latter was naturally more cost-effective and faster. Ning Qi was already familiar with recruiting people. This time, he didn't need to go out personally. He only needed to send a message to the cultivators under him, and there would be a steady stream of cultivators coming to sign up. After all, this was a village with a powerhouse ranked 9th on the power rankings. Plus, there was no cultivation level restriction. Who wouldn't be tempted? What's that? In a certain market square, several cultivators saw a person pasting a notice on the city wall and then turning around to leave. They curiously surrounded him. Who is so bold as to post a notice here without our permission? A look of displeasure flashed across the eyes of the soldiers. One of them chased after the cultivator who put up the notice, and the others prepared to take down the notice. Cloud Rising Village is recruiting 8,000 villagers. Cultivation level is not limited. Those who are willing to join can go to the 10 Ghosts Village to sign up. Cloud Rising Village Chief, Ning Beixian. The notice was very short. One of the soldiers had already placed his palm on the notice and was about to tear it down when his hand was slapped away by another soldier. What happened? Take a look at who left this. The soldier frowned as he read through the notice. When he saw the words Ning Beixian, a trace of fear appeared on his face. He took a few steps back in fear, as if the notice had suddenly turned into a poisonous snake that could kill him. He didn't dare to approach it. Quick, go and inform the village chief, the soldier said in a panic. During this period of time, the name Ning Beixian had become a familiar name to all cultivators. He was a terrifying existence that had just made it to the 9th place on the combat capability ranking. If he tore down his notice, the soldier was sure that he wouldn't be able to live past the second night. There would be countless people who would try to sever his head and bring it to Cloud Rising Village to claim the reward. Cloud Rising Village? The village chief of this village is Ning Beixian. Recruiting villagers. Cultivation level is not limited. Is there really such a good thing? A third tribulation creator was bewildered. More and more cultivators came over. After reading the content of the notice, they looked at each other and saw a trace of disbelief in each other's eyes. We caught this guy. How dare he put up a notice here? A soldier proudly caught a fellow with a swollen face. The soldier was a half-step creation realm cultivator, while that fellow was only an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator. It was obvious that he had been beaten up by that cultivator in the process of catching him. When the nearby cultivators heard this, they all looked at the soldier and the cultivator in his hands with strange expressions. What's wrong with you guys? As if sensing that the atmosphere was strange. The soldier glanced at everyone in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the Dharma Plane cultivator in his hand laughed lowly. How dare you laugh? The soldier was furious and was about to smash the cultivator's head with his palm. However, a few gusts of wind blew over, and his body flew out. When he saw who did it, he glared at his comrades angrily and confusedly. What's wrong with you guys? However, the other party ignored him and checked the injuries of the Transcendence cultivator in fear. They only let out a long breath when they saw that the injuries were not serious. One of them asked carefully, "Did that person ask you to put up this notice?" Of course. The Transcendence cultivator sneered. I am a second-generation villager of Cloud Rising Village. The village chief wants to recruit a third-generation villager. Do you have any objections? Cloud Rising Village? The soldier who almost killed the Transcendence cultivator glanced at the notice. When he saw the last few words on the notice, his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, the crowd moved aside and a group of people walked in quickly. The person in the lead exuded a faint aura of a sixth tribulation creator. In the outside world, this was already a domineering immortal king level figure. However, this sixth tribulation creator had a trace of cold sweat on his face. He glanced at the notice and finally landed on the Transcendence cultivator. He said in a low voice, "Are you really a villager of Cloud Rising Village?" Did Senior Ning ask you to put up this notice? Yes, I am. The Transcendence cultivator felt fear in his heart when he saw the terrifying aura of the newcomer. However, when he realized that the other party's attitude seemed to be a little fearful, a trace of pride appeared on his face. His current backing was a terrifying existence, ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. With this identity, he did not need to be afraid of creators below the 8th tribulation. Everyone looked at each other and believed that a mere transcendence cultivator would not dare to joke around with existence ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. How should I address you? The 6th tribulation creator said with a smile. I am Li Xianxian. Senior, I still have to go to other places to put up notices. May I leave now? Li Xianxian pursed her lips and smiled. Of course, of course. The 6th tribulation creator smiled sheepishly. Similar scenes were playing out in all of the major markets. Many cultivators had already set off for Cloud Rising Village. Recruiting villagers? Humph. Chapter 1750. Extortion. Someone is following me? Li Xianxian's expression changed slightly. She stopped and turned around. Who is it? Come out yourself. Boom! A terrifying aura descended from the sky, suppressing Li Xianxian to the ground. Li Xianxian's eyes flashed with fear. Since the other party was following him, they must know his identity. Could it be a cultivator from the Joyful Demon sect? In his mind, only Joyful Demon sect dared to attack the villagers of Cloud Rising Village. Is Ning Beixian really the village chief of your village? The flaming sun couple walked in front of Li Xianxian and looked down at him. A trace of disdain flashed through their eyes. A transcendence, realm existence, like him, didn't even have the right to be their servant. Why would the other party use such a person as a subordinate? Who are you? Li Xianxian frantically urged the power of laws in his body, trying to break free from the suppression of this aura. However, compared to the other party, his power was like an ant trying to move a mountain. It was laughable. You don't have the right to know our identity. Tell me, did Buddha reincarnation go to find Ning Beixian? Moon Xianxian said coldly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Xianxian's eyes moved. He was sure that they were the village chief's enemy. Otherwise, why would they suppress him and ask about the village chief? Don't play dumb. Moon Xianxian looked at Li Xianxian and tapped his right leg. Li Xianxian's right leg turned into a bloody mist. Li Xianxian groaned. He couldn't feel his right leg anymore. Are you going to tell me or not? Moon Xianxian smiled. If you don't, I'll take your other leg, then your arm, then he. What do you want to know? Li Xianxian gritted his teeth. Did Buddha reincarnation go to find Ning Beixian? Moon Xianxian said coldly. That's right, a monk did come to find the village chief. But I don't know if it was Buddha reincarnation. Li Xianxian said. Did the two of them fight? How many moves did Ning Beixian use to defeat Buddha reincarnation? Is Buddha reincarnation dead? Flaming Sun frowned. I don't know. I don't know any of this. If you want to know, why don't you ask the village chief himself? Oh, that's right, you guys are afraid that you can't beat village chief, ha ha ha. Li Xianxian could not help but let out a wild laugh. Bang, bang, bang. His body constantly exploded into a bloody mist, and in the blink of an eye, Li Xianxian's legs and feet had disappeared. Kill me, I'll wait for you down there. Li Xianxian grinned, and his eyes were filled with madness. Die. To him, from the day his wife and son were killed by blood knife, he, Li Xianxian, was already dead. It was Ning Qi who avenged him, so his life was Ning Qi's. Since the other party wanted to find out everything about Ning Qi from him, Li Xianxian wouldn't say it even if he knew. Are you not afraid of death? Xiao Yu was about to kill Li Xianxian when Flaming Sun waved his hand. Don't kill him yet. Take him to Ning Beixian first. Think of it as collecting some interest. Also, warn those cultivators that joining Cloud Rising Village is equivalent to going against the joyful demon sect. All right, let's do that. Xiaoyu smiled. Cloud Rising Village. Ever since they sent out thousands of villagers to advertise, countless cultivators flocked to the village. Zhang Qinghua and you set up a platform at the entrance of the village. After asking about their origins, they were let into the village. The second-generation villagers took them to go through the necessary procedures and get them a place to cultivate. Originally, 10 Ghost Village only had several hundred cultivators. Due to that, it was only natural for them to not have enough houses. At that very moment, they had opened up at least 10,000 grotto mansions for cultivation. Cloud Rise Village's land area had also expanded. Compared to the former 10 Ghost Village, the former was like a small valley while the latter was just short of a wall. Those cultivators who only wanted to try their luck and see if they could become a villager of Cloud Rising Village were excited when they found out that Cloud Rising Village only asked about their origins and didn't test their cultivation level. They still felt that it was a bit surreal after becoming an official villager of Cloud Rising Village. It was this easy. The village chief of this village was ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. They actually became villagers of Cloud Rising Village so easily. These guys were really surprised and worried at the same time. Could this be a scam? Village chief. Suddenly, the cultivators who were queuing outside heard an excited voice coming from the village, and they even heard the name Village Chief. Everyone became excited. Could it be that Ning Qi had appeared in person? Many cultivators wished they could soar into the sky and look into the village. However, after glancing at Zhang Qinghua and the other 2 girls, they gave up on the idea. These 2 female cultivators were 3 tribulation masters of creation. If they dared to disobey the rules and fly into the sky, they would probably be beaten down immediately. Not long later, Ning Qi walked out of the village and came to Zhang Qinghua and Yu Yu's side. He smiled and asked, "How many people are there now?" Zhang Qinghua replied respectfully, "Village chief, including the new and old villagers, there are more than 5,800 people now. There are still more than 3,000 people queuing here." Not bad. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. It seemed like they would reach the required number of people very soon. He's the village chief? Could he be Senior Ning? He looks so young. The cultivators lining up outside all glanced at Ning Qi excitedly. However, since they had never seen Ning Qi's face before, they were still suspicious of his identity. The second day, there were more than 8,000 villagers in Cloud Rising Village, and they were close to the target of 10,000 people. Ning Qi considered that the system would give him a new mission after he completed this stage of the mission, so he let Zhang Qinghua and Yu continue to recruit people. Anyway, with the cultivation resources he had, if they were only Transcendence Realm cultivators, he would have no problem feeding at least 100,000 people. The third day, the advertisement that Ning Qi had sent people to do suddenly exploded on this day. There were more than 70 to 80,000 cultivators that day. Many of them looked travel-worn and had injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that they had come from far away. When they found out that Cloud Rising Village was going to recruit 100,000 villagers, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that they would not be able to make it in time, but they did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Zhang Qinghua and you were too busy to handle the crowd. Ning Qi asked Feng Qin and Feng Shu to come out and help with the registration. Puff! A figure landed heavily at the entrance of Cloud Rising Village. This person had no hands or legs, and he was covered in injuries. Li Xianxian, who did this to you? Chapter 1751. Chapter 1751. Disband the village. Feng Qin, Feng Shu, and the other women's expressions immediately turned cold. They all looked towards the sky and saw 2 figures standing side by side, looking at the crowd with a faint smile. They might be cultivators of the joyful demon sect. Li Xianxian's eyes rolled back and he fainted after saying that. He was severely injured, but he was able to hold on until now to warn the people of Cloud Rising Village. Joyful Demon Sect? Although his voice wasn't loud, the cultivators present all had good hearing. When they heard those words, their expressions changed. You two are cultivators of the Joyful Demon Sect. Zhang Qinghua asked Ji Kuei to bring Li Xianxian away to treat his injuries. She then looked at Flaming Sun and Xiaoyu coldly. Her cultivation level was too low compared to the two of them, so she couldn't tell how many creator tribulations they were. However, she could clearly feel an extremely dangerous aura from them. Xiaoyu glanced at Zhang Qinghua indifferently and ignored these ants. She said indifferently, Cloud Rising Village's village chief, Ning Beixian, is a wanted criminal of the Joyful Demon Sect. Whoever dares to have anything to do with him will be killed by the Joyful Demon Sect. This, the cultivator who had just become a villager of Cloud Rising Village, had a look of fear on his face. They were only Transcendence Realm cultivators, and the stronger ones were only at the half-step creation realm or one tribulation creator realm. A force like the Joyous Demon Sect was something that they could not even meet, let alone offend. Before coming, they had already considered this point. However, after seeing the Joyful Demon Sect's cultivators say such ruthless words, they backed off a little. The cultivators who hadn't started to register were secretly relieved. The people at the front of the line quickly waved their hands and left the line. The cultivators who were already registering hesitated for a while before showing an embarrassed smile and walking to the side. Obviously, they had given up the right to enter Cloud Rising Village. They had already heard about the feud between Ning Qi and the Delightful Demon Sect. They just wanted to enter Cloud Rising Village and freeload some cultivation resources. If they were lucky, they might be able to listen to Ning Qi's teachings. When the cultivators of the Delightful Demon Sect came for revenge, they would choose to escape from Cloud Rising Village. None of them felt ashamed. In a desperate situation, they had to look out for themselves. What surprised them was that the Delightful Demon Sect's response was so fast. Only 2 people came, and they knew that Ning Qi had become the 9th on the list of combat power, which meant that the cultivation of these 2 people was very terrifying. It was very likely that they were also in the top 50 on the list of combat power. Hey, do you think you can sign up just because you want it? A mere Joyful Demon Sect is enough to scare you? Fang Qin looked angrily at the cultivator in front of her. The cultivator glanced at Xiaoyu and Yan Ri, then smiled at Fang Qin and said, My cultivation is low. I came to Cloud Rising Village to find a backer, but he didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Many cultivators retreated after hearing this. For a moment, no one dared to go forward to sign up. Xiaoyu saw this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at Fang Qin mockingly. A mere Joyful Demon Sect? I didn't expect that a mere Transcendence Realm cultivator like you would look down on the Joyful Demon Sect. Do you think you can be so arrogant because your master is behind you? Don't talk nonsense with these ants. Yan Ri waved his hand. An extremely sharp aura rushed towards Fang Qin. It was so fast that Fang Qin couldn't dodge in time. Just when the aura was about to penetrate her head, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. With a light flick of a finger, the aura instantly disappeared. Yan Ri and Xiaoyu looked at each other and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Although Yan Ri didn't use his full strength in that attack, even a 7 tribulation creator wouldn't be able to take it easily. Yet the opponent could so easily disappear it. This made the 2 of them certain that this person was Ning Beixian. Master. Seeing this, Fang Qin hurriedly saluted, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. She was the maid of Saint Concubine Cold Sky. After Ning Qi and Saint Concubine Cold Sky got married, Fang Qin and Fang Shu had already changed the way they addressed her. Ning Qi didn't mind it at all. In any case, he had a lot of titles, so it didn't matter if he had another master. You guys go back to the village first. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Then, without looking at Xiaoyu and Yanri, he walked straight to Li Xianxian and pressed his hand on Li Xianxian's head. A stream of immortal qi gushed out from his palm and quickly entered Li Xianxian's meridians. Li Xianxian's broken limbs were being eaten away by the power of creation. When the power of creation came into contact with Ning Chi's immortal qi, it was instantly destroyed. Then, everyone saw Li Xianxian's limbs growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Village chief? Li Xianxian opened his eyes and saw Ning Chi's hand on his forehead. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that his limbs had grown back. You'll need a month to recover. Don't fight anyone during this month. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Yes, village chief. Li Xianxian was excited. He's Ning Beixian. The gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators landed on Ning Chi. Some were suspicious, some were curious, some were excited, and some were respectful. You're Ning Beixian? My joyful demon sex battle hall's hall master, Mo Dong, and vice hall master, Qiu Zhan, did you kill them? Xiao, you looked down at Ning Chi. I've killed 2 people called Mo Dong and Qiu Zhan. What's wrong? Are you here for revenge? Yanri, Xiaoyu, so you're experts in the top 50 of the combat force ranking. Apologies for not welcoming you. You 2 should be the strongest cultivators of the joyful demon sect, right? Ning Chi glanced at the 2's attributes and immediately revealed their identities. Yanri and Qiaoyu were shocked. They had never seen Ning Beixian before. How did he recognize them so easily? What's going on? Top 50 of the combat force ranking? As expected, tens of thousands of cultivators stared at the 2 in shock. At the same time, many cultivators revealed a trace of fear in their eyes. If they had signed up in front of them, they would have become corpses by now. To these cultivators, the top 50 on the combat ability ranking were all elusive. Today, they saw 3 of them at once. It was really exciting. Since you know who we are, let's cut to the chase. Disband the village and follow us back to the Seven Sex Valley. There are some things that I need to explain to you about the battle. As for the feud between you and the Joyful Demon sect, we'll settle it later. Hand over the Joyful Demon Gourd too. Chapter 1752. It's my turn now, right? The cultivators in the village went into an uproar after hearing Moonshai's words. She wants the village chief to disband the village? This was going too far. Preposterous. However, they were also worried. Although Ning Chi was strong, could he take on 2 cultivators in the top 50 of the combat power ranking? That's good. Looks like we won't be able to keep Cloud Rising Village anymore. After the village is disbanded, the villagers will be hunted down by the Joyful Demon sect. Many cultivators secretly rejoiced. Disband the village and go back to the Seven Sex Valley with you? You have something to tell me about the battle? Ning Chi's eyes flickered with mockery. He looked at Moonshai. Lady, are you out of your mind? Threatening them to not join my Cloud Rising Village is bad enough. Now, you want me to disband the village? Are you sure you're that important? Moonshai's eyes flickered with shock. Her eyes turned cold and murderous intent gathered in her eyes. Ning Beixian, do you really think you can take on both of us at the same time just because you defeated Sakya Samsara? Why can't I take on both of you at the same time? Are you very strong? Are you the 9 tribulation creators? Ning Chi asked with a confused look. Shy Moon, don't waste words with him. This fellow won't shed a tear until he sees his coffin. We won't lose a single person in this gambling war, and we won't lose one more. Kill him, and then capture all the ants in the village to the 7 sects and valleys. The men will be slaves, the women will be servants. Flaming Sun sneered. I have the same idea as you, but I don't lack slaves. After I take care of the 2 of you, I'll go to the 7 Sects Valley and uproot the Joyful Demon Sects forces here. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow the joyful demon sect to take a single step into the realm of death," Ning Qi said with a smile. The crowd went into an uproar. Tens of thousands of cultivators were in disbelief after hearing Ning Qi's words. What kind of existence was the joyful demon sect? Uprooting them just like that? In the future, the cultivators of the joyous demon sect were not allowed to enter the realm of despair? Wouldn't that force the joyful demon sect to do something desperate? The other two, the Thunder Extremity Realm and the Dao Treasury Extremity Realm, were extremely dangerous for the cultivators of the 7 major sections. Apart from the fact that the cultivators of the foreign races were the main participants, there were also many enemies of the 7 major sections. Therefore, it was impossible for them to go there. I'm really looking forward to it. Fang Qin's face revealed a hint of anticipation. She knew that Ning Qi's words would come true. The joyful demon sect is probably going to die this time. Inside a meditation room, Sakya Reincarnation opened his eyes and smiled. He was not on good terms with Flaming Sun and Lunar Shame. Furthermore, the 9 prefectures' ancient temple was not fond of the joyous demon sect's cultivation method. They had been fighting against each other for many years. Aside from that, Sakya Reincarnation also felt a trace of schadenfreude, arrogant. Flaming Sun and Lunar Shame roared in unison. Everyone only felt that the scenery around them suddenly changed. They appeared in a desert of yellow sand. Scorching sunlight shone down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, many Transcendence Realm cultivators were drenched in sweat. This was definitely not an ordinary sun. However, there seemed to be another place not far away. It was a world of ice and snow. Traces of chilliness drifted over. Apart from that, it was still nighttime. Faint moonlight shone on the ground. 2 fused creation domains. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. None of the experts he had met before could forcefully pull him into their creation domains, because before that Ning Qi would react to it. He would either kill the opponent or destroy the opponent's creation domain. It was only this time that he didn't notice it at all. In an instant, he appeared in the other party's creation domain. It was clear that after the 2 people's creation domains fused, there was an additional special attribute, and it was this trace of attribute that allowed him to be pulled into the creation domain without him noticing. This is the creation domain of the 2 seniors of the joyous demon sect? Why are we pulled in as well? Senior, this has nothing to do with us. We are not villagers of Cloud Rising Village. Senior, please understand. Apart from Ning Qi, the 70 to 80,000 cultivators who had come to register also appeared in the desert. Fang Qin, Fang Shu, Zhang Qinghua, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Ning Zi, and all the villagers of Cloud Rising Village were pulled in. Even an ordinary 8 tribulation creator wouldn't be able to do this. The group of cultivators looked around with panic written all over their faces. The 3 of them were all in the top 50 of the combat strength ranking. The battle between them was bound to be earth-shattering. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the shock waves. Ning Beixian, do you think you have any hope of winning in our creation domain? I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to apologize. Then, hand over the joyous demon gourd, and we will spare your life today. Sia, why spare him? Kill him directly. The great battle is about to begin. For the sake of the big picture, don't be in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. Let him make some contributions before he dies. Only then will he die a worthy death. The voices of the 2 came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where they were from their voices. Your creation domains are interesting, but that's as far as you can go. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. The dragon-slaying saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed. The saber ray instantly shattered the void and landed on the boundary of the 2 creation domains. Everyone felt the world shake. A blinding white light exploded in front of them. In the next moment, they found themselves in the outside world again. Flaming Sun and Sia looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Their auras were unstable. It was obvious that they had suffered some minor injuries after the connection between their creation domains was severed. This person's saber attack is so powerful. Sia, don't hold back anymore. There is indeed a reason why Sakyamuni lost to him. This kid is not easy to deal with. The two revealed a hint of seriousness. Before this, they had always thought that they had absolute confidence in suppressing Ning Qi if they worked together. Then, it's my turn now, right? Ning Qi smiled. The two's pupils instantly narrowed. An extremely terrifying aura exuded from Ning Qi. They felt a trace of the aura of death. In the next moment, Ning Qi disappeared on the spot. By the time the two of them reacted, there was a palm on each of their shoulders. Then, Ning Qi grabbed both of them by the shoulders and slammed them into the ground. With a loud bang, they were smashed deep into the ground, and two small mushroom clouds rose into the sky. When the dust settled, everyone saw two figures lying on the ground beside Ning Qi. Their upper bodies were deeply sunk into the ground. So strong. Chapter 1753. Removed from the combat Rala's 8 tribulation masters of creation and existences in the top 50 of the combat power ranking, the Flaming Sun couple's ability to withstand attacks was quite strong. After being smashed into the ground by Ning Qi, they reacted almost immediately and leaped up. But before they could do anything, a terrifying force locked onto their ankles. Their hearts skipped a beat, and the power of creation in their bodies surged toward their ankles in an attempt to break free from this force. Unfortunately, given Ning Qi's current strength, a mere 8 tribulation creator wouldn't be able to break free even if they used all their strength. He grabbed the Flaming Sun couple and swung them around crazily, smashing them into the ground from time to time. Every time he smashed them, a mushroom cloud would appear and terrifying holes would appear on the ground. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene had their mouths turned into an O shape. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. A sense of absurdity arose in their hearts. An expert ranked in the top 50 of the combat strength ranking couldn't even put up a fight against Ning Qi? How was this possible? Could he be a 9 tribulation creator? This thought was immediately rejected. Everyone knew that if a 9 tribulation creator entered the 3 perilous realms, he would eventually disappear mysteriously. As for where he went, even the Tao Evolution Celestial Emperor didn't know. After all, the Tao Evolution Celestial Emperor had never been to the 3 perilous realms. Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, who controlled the 9 Desolates and the 3 perilous realms, had never entered either. Even Dan Do and Eternal Life realm cultivators knew that behind the 3 perilous realms, there must be existences that even a 9 tribulation creator couldn't resist. All the women had a look of relief in their eyes. Previously, Xiao Yu's high and mighty attitude was really annoying. Now that they saw her and her husband being ravaged like dolls in Ning Qi's hands, it was like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup in the summer, making them feel extremely comfortable. In Cloud Rising Village, Sakya Samsara's gaze was unobstructed as he looked at the entrance of the village. After a while, he muttered to himself resentfully, "Looks like my luck isn't too bad. Only my golden body was broken. Those 2 fellows don't have much lifespan left." The other cultivators only saw Ning Qi madly shaking the Flaming Sun couple, but he could see the mysterious power on Ning Qi's body constantly attacking the Flaming Sun couple's essence. Whether it was a low-level cultivator or a high-level cultivator, the essence was extremely important. It could be said to be the core of a cultivator. An injury to one's origin could be serious or minor. A minor injury could be healed with a few heavenly treasures, while major injury might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But if the source was destroyed, then unless a miracle happened, the result would basically be death. Right now, the Flaming Sun couple was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Ning Qi leaped up grabbed their ankles, and smashed them to the ground again. Then he let go of them and looked at them with a faint smile. Shio! The sound of air leaking came from their bodies. Not long later, their appearance rapidly aged, and their faces were full of wrinkles. At this moment, they were very close to death. Their bones were completely broken, and they were limp. Their organs were basically shattered, adding on the fact that their origin was destroyed and their cultivation was crippled. Even if Ningqi didn't do anything, they wouldn't live for long. You, Piu! The Flaming Sun couple looked at Ningqi in disbelief. His face was full of despair. The moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with minced meat. Why, are you an 8 tribulation creator or a 9 tribulation? Xiao, you looked at Ningqi with hatred. She knew that she didn't have long to live. Thinking about the tens of thousands of years of cultivation being destroyed in a day, her heart was filled with regret and hatred. The surroundings were so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the cultivators subconsciously lowered their breathing. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Their eyes were filled with respect and fear as they looked at Ningqi. 5 tribulation creator. Ningqi smiled. Impossible. The Flaming Sun let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were wide open and then he died. He could have lived for a few more days, but he died from anger. Husband! Xiao Yu turned her head with difficulty and looked at the Flaming Sun. She looked at Ningqi with hatred and cursed. Ning Beixian, we will wait for you down there. Sect Master won't let you go, he won't. At that time, not only will you die, but everyone related to you will also die. Wait for me down there. Ningqi looked at her mockingly. With a light slap, Xiao Yu's head split into pieces. She died on the spot. Then, 2 confused souls floated out from the 2's bodies. So, do you still think you can wait for me somewhere? Ningqi reached out and grabbed the 2 souls. G. The 2 souls stared at Ningqi in horror. This was true despair. He casually squeezed. Their divine souls dissipated. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully killed an 8 tribulation creator. Obtain 200 creation points. Ding! Congratulations, host! The system's notification sounded. Boom! A loud explosion came from the sky. The combat power ranking appeared again. The cultivators in the realm of death were shocked when they saw this. What's going on? Didn't the combat power ranking just appear a while ago? Could another cultivator have broken through? Strange. This is really strange. Something big must have happened in the realm of death during this period of time. Look, 2 names are missing. On the combat power ranking, Flaming Sun and Shameful Moon's names gradually faded until they completely disappeared. The names behind them moved up 1 rank. At the same time, 2 new names appeared on the combat power ranking, 49th and 50th. Some people recognized who these 2 people were. They were jealous and in disbelief. From their point of view, these 2 shouldn't have the right to enter the top 50 of the combat power ranking. It was all because Flaming Sun and Xiao Yu's names were gone that they were so lucky to be chosen by the impassable Realm Divine Stone and be pulled into the top 50. As for the 2 people involved, they were confused. Then they were overjoyed. After entering the top 50, the divine power they received was completely different. It was equivalent to their battle prowess increasing by 30% to 50%. Flaming Sun, Xiao Yu, aren't they the strongest cultivators of the joyful demon sect here? Their names actually disappeared, and at the same time, did they get killed by someone? Who has such terrifying means? 7 Sex Valleys. Old Ghost Han and the others looked at the combat power ranking in the sky. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. Some of them were slightly weaker than the Flaming Sun couple, and some were slightly stronger. However, when the Flaming Sun couple joined forces, their battle prowess was no small matter. Among the people present, no one dared to say that they had the confidence to kill the 2 of them. Ha! Sakya, thoughtless, let out a faint laugh and turned to leave. At the same time, he was extremely glad that he didn't go looking for Ning Beixian. Otherwise, he would be the one dead. We have to think about this carefully. What do you guys think? Chapter 1754. Chapter 1754. Chapter 1754. 7 valleys after Flaming Sun and Shy Moon were killed by Ning Qi. The cultivators at the scene were still in a state of shock. When Zhang Qinghua asked Ning Qi if he would accept more villagers, they finally reacted and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. The group of people who were at the front of the line shamelessly cut their way back to the front of the line. When the other cultivators saw this, they could only curse them for being shameless in their hearts. However, because Ning Qi was present, they did not dare to quarrel. These guys, if you are afraid of the slightest thing, you won't amount to much. Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and shook his head. Cloud Rising Village only has this many people for now. Remember their auras. Even if Cloud Rising Village recruits villagers again in the future, do not want them. Yes, Zhang Qinghua smiled and nodded, then glanced at the tens of thousands of cultivators present. It was very easy for her to remember the auras of these cultivators. The expressions of the cultivators changed slightly, and they were a bit embarrassed. Those who had almost entered Cloud Rise Village were filled with regret. Ning Qi had used an overwhelming advantage to kill Flaming Sun and Shameful Moon. This had already proved his battle prowess, and he was probably invincible in the realm of death. If one could enter a village established by such an existence, they could basically do whatever they wanted in the future. Who would dare to offend them? For example, the cultivators of the 7 major sects were the same. I'll make a trip to the 7 sects valley and tell these guys to disperse. Ning Qi said something to Zhang Qinghua and disappeared on the spot. Did you hear that? Aren't you going to leave? Zhang Qinghua's gaze turned cold as she glanced at all the cultivators present. Yes, whether they were willing or not. Ning Qi had personally spoken. How could they dare to stay here? One by one, they turned around and left dejectedly, their hearts filled with regret. The removal of Flaming Sun and Shy Moon caused a huge uproar in the realm of death. Both the low-level cultivators and the high-level cultivators who had contact with the two were guessing what happened between the two. Only a small number of cultivators deduced that it had something to do with Ning Beixian, who was ranked 9th on the combat force ranking. These cultivators were all shocked when they came to this conclusion. He had eliminated 3 great experts, Buddha's reincarnation, Flaming Sun, and Covetous Moon. Just how strong did he have to be able to do this? The Joyful Demons sect was affected the most by this incident. At this moment, in the 7 sect valleys, the cultivators of the Joyous Demons sect were basically all gathered in a grand hall. Originally, other than Flaming Sun and Shy Moon, there were still 7 tribulation masters of creation in the realm of death. However, Mo Dong and Qiu Zhan were already dead, leaving only 5 tribulation masters of creation. In addition, 2 of them were in seclusion outside and could not return for the time being. In the Grand Hall, the remaining 3 tribulation masters of creation were in charge. More than a dozen 6 tribulation masters of creation sat on the 2 sides of the hall, while 4 and 5 tribulation masters of creation stood behind them. There were about 100 of them. Masters of creation below 4 tribulation were not qualified to participate in this meeting. Over 100 gazes landed on the 3 tribulation masters of creation. Cough, cough! With a clear cough, one of the 7 tribulation creators glanced at the other 2 and said slowly, I'm sure everyone has seen the changes on the power rankings this time, right? Elder Ouyang, the 2 forefathers of Flaming Sun and Shameful Moon, have been removed from the combat power ranking. Did the other 6 great sects attack us? A 6 tribulation creator said with a frown. He had been in seclusion for a long time, and he was called out from his cave abode after such a huge incident. There were still many things that he had yet to figure out. The one who attacked us isn't from the six great sects, it's Ning Beixian. Ouyang Xiu said calmly. Ning Beixian? Who is he? Many people had a hint of doubt in their eyes, but even more people had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because they already had some understanding of Ning Qi's background after he became the 9th on the combat force ranking. Those who didn't know Ning Qi's background were probably in seclusion during this period of time, not caring about what was happening in the outside world. He's a wanted criminal of our joyful demon sect. He stole the joyful demon gourd. Ouyang Xiu said calmly. Hiss, some cultivators gasped. Stole the joyful demon gourd? How dare he? But why would such a wanted criminal appear in a place of death? From Ouyang Xiu's words, they guessed that the removal of Flaming Sun and Shameful Moon from the power rankings was related to Ning Beixian. Was this person's cultivation really that terrifying? Elder Ouyang, are Flaming Sun and Shameful Moon alive or not? A sixth tribulation creator asked. I don't know for now. Ouyang Xiu shook his head slowly. How can we, the joyful demon sect, allow someone to piss on our heads? No matter how strong this Ning Beixian is, he's just an 8th tribulation creator. The 7 sects are on the same side now. Are the ancestral patriarchs not going to help? That's right. Elders, why don't we ask those ancestral patriarchs to come out and suppress Ning Beixian together? The cultivators in the hall were enraged. Silence. Ouyang Xiu furrowed his brows and exchanged glances with the other 2 elders. After whispering to each other for a while, he finally said, This time, someone must go back and send a message. I wonder which one of you is willing to go back. Everyone exchanged glances with each other and hesitated. The trip from the joyful demon sect to the land of death would not only take a lot of time, but it would also be extremely dangerous. They might die on the way. Most importantly, the battle in the 3 despairs was about to begin. If they went back now, they wouldn't be able to make it. Whether they won or lost, the cultivators of the 7 great sects would have a chance to cultivate under the despair's divine stone. This chance could save them at least 10,000 years of cultivation. If they missed this chance, they wouldn't know how long they would have to wait for the next time. No one is willing to go. Then I'll choose the ones. Ouyang Xiu sneered and pointed at a few 4 tribulation creators. You guys go back. Yes, the 4 tribulation creators looked like they ate **T. They turned around and left the hall with ugly expressions. The rest of you follow me. The 7 great sects are on the same side. It won't be good if the other sects don't do anything about it. Ouyang Xiu sneered and stood up. Under his lead, the cultivators of the joyful demon sect flew towards the 6 major sections. They only got one promise, that as long as they stayed in the 7 sect valleys and did not provoke Ning Beixian, the 6 major sects would be responsible for their safety. As for taking the initiative to settle the score with Ning Beixian, don't even think about it. What a bunch of cowardly old guys. Ouyang Xiu cursed in his heart and led everyone to the center of the 7 sect valleys. This was a market, and other than the cultivators of the 7 great sects, there were many foreign cultivators gathered here. When they saw Ouyang Xiu and the others, they quickly hid far away, not daring to go up and provoke them. Go, buy all the pills that are being sold here. The joyful demon sect will be in seclusion for a period of time. Ouyang Xiu harumphed. At this moment, a figure walked over. Chapter 1755. Chapter 1755. Chapter 1755. Kill. Dance. Who is this? Don't you know that the joyful demon sect is in a troubled period of time? How dare you go looking for trouble? The cultivators in the 7 sects valley market all cast admiring gazes at the cultivator who asked for directions. At the same time, they secretly cursed in their hearts. During this period of time, whoever dared to provoke the joyful demon sect would be a fool. These cultivators guessed the reason from the fact that Ouyang Xiu's face was still so ugly after taking a tour around the 6 major sections. Unfortunately, the guy who asked for directions was facing Ouyang Xiu. Therefore, while the nearby cultivators cursed in their hearts, they were also gloating over his misfortune. They wanted to see what would happen to him. Ouyang Xiu turned around and looked at Ning Qi coldly. The rest of the joyful demon sect cultivators also looked at Ning Qi with a cold glint in their eyes. Didn't he see that the others were hiding far away? Even the cultivators of the 6 major sects did not dare to provoke them at this moment. Yet, this cultivator in front of them was so insensible to ask their elder Ouyang for directions. What do you want to do at the joyful demon sect? Ouyang Xiu said indifferently. I didn't do much, just killing people and dancing, that's all. Ning Qi smiled. Hiss! The nearby cultivators gasped when they heard this and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. What did this guy just say? Going to the joyful demon sect to kill people? How dare you? Arrogant. You're courting death. The joyful demon sect cultivators immediately went berserk and stared at Ning Qi with eyes full of killing intent. As long as Ouyang Xiu opened his mouth, they would kill this guy. Kill people? Dance. Ouyang Xiu looked at Ning Qi coldly. He sensed a trace of the aura of a 5 tribulation creator. Such an existence actually dared to boast in the 7 sect valleys? Then, can you tell me which of these mountains belongs to the joyful demon sect? Ning Qi smiled. There were 7 mountains near the 7 sect valleys, but from the appearance, it was impossible to tell which one belonged to the joyful demon sect. We are cultivators of the joyful demon sect. I'm Ouyang Xiu, an insignificant elder of the joyful demon sect here. If you want to kill people, kill this old man first. Ouyang Xiu looked at Ning Qi with slight mockery. Puff! A saber radiance flashed. Ouyang Xiu's head rolled off his shoulder and fell to the ground. His headless body was still standing and didn't collapse immediately. The wound on his neck spurted out a fountain of blood several feet high. This, the cultivators of the joyous demon sect, including the other 2 7 tribulation creators, stared at this scene in disbelief. How was this possible? How could Elder Ouyang be beheaded just like that? Who was this person? He's too polite, insisting on being the first to die. Ning Qi looked at them and smiled. So, you're all cultivators of the joyful demon sect? Who will be the second to die? Who are you? The 2 7 tribulation creators looked at Ning Qi solemnly. Ouyang Xiu's life force had already been severed. To be able to kill Ouyang Xiu with a single slash, the other party must be an 8 tribulation creator. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of the rest of the joyous demon sect cultivators. They retreated behind the 2 and stared at Ning Qi with a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Ouyang Xiu is dead? He's a 7 tribulation creator. How could he be killed so easily? Who is this person? Quick, inform the sect. The disciples of the 6 major sects nearby looked at Ning Qi in horror. Many of them immediately sent out messages. No matter what, the joyous demon sect was on the same side as the 6 major sects and could be considered as a temporary ally. Now that someone had come to cause trouble for their ally, even if they did not dare to step forward, they would help send a message to the elders of the sect and let them resolve the matter. Who am I? Don't you know? Ning Qi smiled. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Ning Bei Xian. Ning Bei Xian, the one ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. The cultivators in the market looked at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. They only felt a chill rising from their feet and going straight to their heads. Ning Bei Xian actually came to the 7 sect valley market and killed Ouyang Xiu on the spot. Thinking of what he said just now, killing people and dancing, didn't mean that his purpose this time was to exterminate the joyous demon sect? Then the 2 old ancestors of Flaming Sun and Shy Moon were probably killed by him. The nearby cultivators instantly thought of this and looked at Ning Qi with fear. It was not that no one had challenged the dignity of the 7 major sects in the past, But no matter how strong they were, they only ended up in a miserable state. At most, they could only cause some minimal damage to the Joyous Demon Sect. But this time, the Joyous Demon Sect lost 2 experts in the top 50 of the combat power ranking at the same time. The Joyous Demon Sect seemed to have never suffered such a loss. What? You're Ning Beixian? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the 2 Seven Tribulation creators, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. The cultivators behind them also took a few steps back and looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Why? No one wants to be the second one. You were quite polite just now. Since that's the case, you can all die together. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, please have mercy. A loud voice sounded in the air. The 2 Seven Tribulation creators were pleasantly surprised. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw old Ghost Han and the others flying over and landing in front of Ning Qi. Seniors, this person just killed Elder Ouyang. The 2 old ancestors of Flaming Sun and Shy Moon. The 2 Seven Tribulation creators immediately started complaining. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Old Ghost Han turned his head and glanced at them coldly. The 2 were slightly startled. Then a trace of humiliation appeared on their faces, and they shut their mouths. 1, 2, 3, 11. Ning Qi's gaze swept past old Han and the others, glancing at their attributes. This group of people were all in the top 50 of the combat strength ranking. There were a total of 11 of them, apart from the 9 ruins ancient temple, who only had 1. The other sects each had 2. You must be Brother Ning Beixian, right? I'm Han Jian from the 9 Serenities Demon Sect. Old Ghost Han smiled at Ning Qi. Oh, so it's Senior Han. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'm flattered. Han Jian laughed. Brother Ning is an expert ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. How would I dare to talk about seniority in front of Brother Ning? If Brother Ning can give me some face, you can just call me Brother Han. Brother Han, why don't you move aside and let me deal with the matter in front of me before we chat? Chapter 1756. 1756. Chapter 756. Inch the matter at hand. May I know why Brother Ning is here? Han Jian's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Sakya Thoughtlessness and the other patriarchs of the major sects were all staring at Ning Qi, especially Sakya Thoughtlessness. He wanted to see what was so special about Ning Qi that he was able to strike Sakya Samsara off the combat prowess ranking. Even the Flaming Sun couple was likely defeated by him. Earlier, the Flaming Sun couple came to find me. They said they want me to disband the village I worked so hard to build, and they want me to kowtow and admit my mistakes. After I killed them, I felt that the delightful demon sect shouldn't exist in such a hopeless situation. That's why I came here today, to clean it up. Oh, right, the couple said that Brother Han and the others might have something to tell me. I'm all ears when I'm done with this matter. Ning Qi smiled. The 2 ancestral patriarchs really died in your hands? The 2 Seven Tribulation creators from the Joyful Demon Sect exclaimed. The cultivators standing behind them already knew about it, but they still couldn't hide their shock when they heard Ning Qi admit it. Flaming Sun and Shy Moon really died in Brother Ning's hands? Han Jian smiled. Of course it's true. Didn't you see the changes on the combat power ranking? Ning Qi smiled. The old man had been playing dumb from the beginning. He wanted to see how far he could go. If the old man was really going to protect the Joyful Demon Sect, he wouldn't mind offending the 9 Serenities Demon Sect. I saw it, but I'm just a little shocked. Han Jian chuckled as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Benefactor Ning, did Junior Brother Samsara also die in your hands? Sakya Thoughtlessness suddenly asked. Sakya Samsara? He's indeed dead. Ning Qi nodded calmly. As I thought. Thank you for telling us the truth. Sakya Thoughtlessness nodded and left without hesitation. Han Jian and the others couldn't help but snort in their hearts. This old monk is so timid. Brother Han, can you step aside now? Ning Chi chuckled. The cultivators of the joyous demon sect, including the 2 7 tribulation creators, subconsciously looked at the cold stream after hearing Ning Chi's words. If Han Jian and the others didn't protect them today, they would probably all die at the hands of this fellow. Brother Ning, since the Flaming Sun couple is dead, this group of delightful demon sect cultivators can no longer pose any threat to you. Why don't you give me some face and let them go? Han Jian said with a smile. This face, I can't give it to you. Ning Chi smiled. Han Jian's expression changed, and his eyes gradually turned cold. At this time, the 2 ancestors of Battle Sect looked at each other, and one of them said to Ning Beixian, although you killed the Flaming Sun couple with the 10 of us working together, unless you can call a few existences ranked in the top 50 of the combat power ranking, you won't be able to walk out of the 7 sect Valley Market today. Where it is possible to let people go, one should spare them. It's just 2 7 tribulation creators and a dozen 6 tribulation creators. It's fine to let them go, but why kill them all? Then your battle sect is protecting them? Ning Chi looked at the other party and said with a smile, Not just battle sect. My Yin Yang sect is protecting them too, and my 6 Paths reincarnation sect. Since everyone is so united, my mental demon sect will also join in. Brother Ning, don't make things difficult for us. Han Jian looked at Ning Chi, and the corner of his lips curled up. The cultivators of delightful demon sect heaved a long sigh of relief. The 2 7 tribulation creators stared at Ning Chi with a hint of smugness in their eyes. Other than the 9 Phantasms ancient temple, the other 5 sects have expressed that they will protect the delightful demon sect. It seems like the rumors are true. They're still united in this desperate situation. But what's going on with the 9 Phantasms ancient temple? As a monk, Sakyamuni Samsara died in the hands of the other party. How dare they run away? Many cultivators fell into deep thought when they saw this. This kid is really arrogant. Ancestor Han Jian tried to persuade him again and again, but he didn't give him any face and didn't back down. Now he can only leave with his tail between his legs? The disciples of the various sects looked at Ning Chi with slight mockery. With Ning Chi's battle strength and identity, no matter where he went, everyone would have to look up to him. But this was the 7 Sects Valley, and there were more than 10 people ranked in the top 50 of the combat power list. Even if the other experts on the combat power list came here, they would have to be careful. Otherwise, who could stop a dozen 8 tribulation creators? If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Ning Chi smiled. Han Jian suddenly felt that there was something wrong with that smile. He turned around and saw Ning Chi strolling through the group of joyful demon sect cultivators. He walked all the way to the last cultivator and stopped. What a fast movement technique. A sliver of shock flashed past the eyes of Han Jian and the others. Earlier, the other party had been standing beside them. Furthermore, the position they were standing in just so happened to surround Ning Chi. Logically speaking, if Ning Chi made any strange movements, they would be able to react immediately. However, reality proved that they were actually unable to capture the other party's movements. In the next second, hundreds of heads fell to the ground. The headless corpses were spewing blood, including the 2 7 tribulation creators. After the blood fell to the ground, it gathered into a river and spread in all directions. Da-da-da. The delightful demon sect cultivator standing beside Ning Chi stood on the spot in horror. His body trembled and his teeth chattered. He wanted to escape, but he found that his body couldn't move. Hiss! The cultivators in the 7 Sects Valley Market, regardless of whether they were from the 7 sects or outsiders, when they saw the hundreds of experts of the joyous demon sect being beheaded in an instant, they all gasped in shock. How fast did one have to be to make a move in front of Ancestor Frigid Creek and the others? making them unable to react in time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures soared into the sky and fled in all directions. Those who were beheaded by Ning Qi were the elites of the delightful demon sect. Apart from these hundreds of people, there were many ordinary delightful demon sect cultivators scattered in the market. After witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but feel terrified and wanted to escape subconsciously. But most of them forced themselves to calm down and didn't dare to make a move. They pinned their hopes on Ancestor Han Jian and the others. A saber light flashed past. Dozens of fleeing figures fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The heads on their necks had disappeared. The cuts were very neat. Go. Suppress this kid. Chapter 1757. Chapter 1757. A punch. This guy, Han Jian's face grew uglier and uglier. The 10 of them couldn't stop Ning Qi from slaughtering the joyous demon sex cultivators. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the joyous demon sex cultivators in the market were dead. Ning Qi was flying towards the mountain peak where the joyous demon sect was located. I don't believe it. Die. One of the patriarchs of the battle sect roared and punched at Ning Qi's back. At the same time, his body was enveloped by a blue light. The spiritual qi in the surroundings surged into his body and turned into a terrifying force that shot out from his fist. Everyone's expressions changed slightly and became more and more unsightly. If they were to use their divine force now, they would have one less cultivator who could truly participate in the battle when the time came for the grand gamble. Annoying. Ning Qi punched out with a backhand. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged out from the sky. Everyone felt a gust of wind sweeping towards them. The shockwave that was visible to the naked eye swept through their bodies. Some of the creators with lower cultivation were even slightly injured, and blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. The market was affected by the shockwave. Houses and stalls were all smashed into pieces. It was as if a disaster-level gale had passed through. Boom! Another loud bang was heard. A mountain peak in the distance was shrouded in dust. When the dust settled, everyone found that the mountain peak had disappeared. Taking a closer look, the figure of the patriarch of the battle sect was nowhere to be seen. Just a punch? Han Jian and the others who were about to continue attacking Ning Qi stopped in their tracks and stared at the disappearing mountain in the distance with their mouths agape. They then looked at Ning Qi with disbelief in their eyes. Before this, Ning Qi had not fought with them head-on. He had only relied on his unpredictable body movements to kill the cultivators of the delightful demon sect. But now, the only punch he had thrown out had sent the patriarch of the battle sect flying with a single punch. The patriarch of the battle sect, who had used his divine power to support himself? This kind of strength had already exceeded the scope of their imagination. Brother Ningyu, Han Jian smiled bitterly and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi ignored them and looked coldly at the mountain peak where the joyful demon sect was located. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and stomped it lightly. A giant foot condensed from immortal qi appeared on the mountain peak and stomped on the mountain peak with a loud bang. At this moment, the mountain peak flashed with golden light as if it was some kind of protective formation. But in front of the giant foot, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and instantly shattered. No. On the mountain peak, all the cultivators of the delightful demon sect gathered together and looked up at the giant foot descending on their heads. They let out a roar of despair. They thought that the protective formation might be able to stop the opponent for a while, so that Coldstream Ancestor and the others could help, but they didn't expect Ning Qi's means to be so terrifying. Their protective formation couldn't even buy them a breath of time. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge mountain peak was directly trampled into ashes by Ning Qi's foot. Even a bug would not be able to survive. The delightful demon sect's power in the desperate situation of death was completely destroyed. Only a few stragglers escaped because they weren't in the 7 sect valleys. The cultivators in the 7 sect valleys looked at the scene in shock. The cultivators from the outside world were fine, as they had seen many incidents like this. But the cultivators of the other 6 sects, regardless of their cultivation, were extremely terrified at this moment because the delightful demon sect, which was as famous as their sect, was annihilated. After doing all this, Ning Qi slowly turned around and glanced at Han Jian and the others. When Han Jian and the others met Ning Qi's gaze, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. From now on, I will not allow the cultivators of the delightful demon sect to step into the desperate situation of death. I will kill every cultivator I see. I will kill anyone who dares to protect the delightful demon sect. If anyone sees a cultivator of the delightful demon sect, you can take their head and bring it to me for a reward, or send a message to the Cloud Rising Village. I, Ning Beixian, will not mistreat you. Although Ning Qi's voice wasn't loud, it spread across the entire 7 sect valleys under the influence of the immortal Qi. Even those who were thousands of miles away from the 7 sect valleys could hear Ning Qi's voice. Some cultivators who were cultivating in the wild heard this and looked towards the 7 sect valleys in shock. Ning Beixian, don't you think that this is too overbearing? Although you killed all the cultivators of the delightful demon sect here today, it's just a desperate situation of death. If the delightful demon Venerable finds out about what you did today, he will not let you off. The female old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect frowned and looked at Ning Qi. What she meant was that Ning Qi was bullying the weak, and if he went to the outside world, he would be suppressed by the delightful demon sect. Delightful demon Venerable? Is he very strong? Any one of the 5 Yuan venerates would be able to defeat him easily, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. This fella actually thinks of himself as an existence like the 5 Yuan venerates? How arrogant! Everyone had strange looks on their faces and different thoughts. However, while they felt that Ning Qi was arrogant, many cultivators vaguely felt that Ning Qi's words weren't groundless. All right. Han Jian hurriedly spoke up when he saw that the Yin-Yang sect old ancestor was about to speak again. He then smiled at Ning Qi and said, Brother Ning, since you have vented your anger, why don't we sit down and talk about the bet? Bet? I'm not interested. Why did all of you suddenly stop after trying to protect the cultivators of the delightful demon sect? Ning Qi said indifferently. Han Jian's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known that he couldn't protect the delightful demon sect, he would have let the other party do whatever he wanted. The other party must be holding a grudge against them for intervening and not even willing to sit down and talk about the battle sect old ancestor, who had been sent flying by Ning Qi, looked at Ning Qi with lingering fear. Your fists are so hard. I'm no match for you. Even the cultivators of the battle sect had admitted that they were no match for Ning Qi. How would the others dare to take the risk of being killed by Ning Qi again? You're quite honest. Ning Qi glanced at the other party and smirked. How about this? I was frightened when you joined forces to deal with me just now. In order to make up for the mental damage I've suffered, you guys can discuss among yourselves. I want to see sufficient cultivation resources in 3 days. Otherwise, you will end up like the delightful demon sect. Come on, that's it. Are you angry? Hurry up and hit me. The expressions of Han Jian and the others became extremely ugly, and there was unconcealable anger in their eyes. However, after a while, they looked at each other and said to Ning Qi, All right. Chapter 1758. Chapter 1758. Do you accept disciples? While Ning Qi was waiting for Han Jian and the others to compensate for the mental damage, he wandered around the 7 sect valleys market. Occasionally, he would see a few dusty items. Their prices were obviously lower than their actual value. However, these things were useless to Ning Qi at the moment, so he naturally wouldn't buy them. Senior Ning seems to have looked at that small sword for 2 more breaths. A quick-witted cultivator bought the small sword from the stall owner before the others could react. The stall owner only reacted after a few breaths. It seemed that Senior Ning Xian looked at him a few more times. Could it be that he was looking at that small sword? After coming back to his senses, the stall owner was filled with regret. To be able to attract the attention of the terrifying existence ranked 9th on the combat power ranking. The value of that small sword must be at least 100 times more. The cultivators in the market witnessed how Ning Qi destroyed the joyful demon sect with one kick. Therefore, whenever Ning Qi passed by, they would respectfully stand to the side, making the originally crowded road more spacious. Many cultivators subconsciously followed Ning Qi with a hint of hesitation on their faces. Senior Ning, do you accept disciples? A young cultivator mustered up his courage and walked in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi happened to be shopping in front of an accessory stall. The stall owner's eyes were filled with ecstasy. If Ning Qi bought a few things from him, he would be able to boast about it outside. He believed that with this, his previous enemies wouldn't dare to touch him easily. This guy is so bold. The crowd sighed in their hearts. But many cultivators had a hint of anticipation in their eyes. In fact, didn't they follow Ning Qi with the same intention? However, they weren't as bold as this young cultivator in front of them. They didn't know Ning Qi's temperament too well. Judging from how Ning Qi killed the joyful demon sect cultivators, he must be an extremely ruthless cultivator. After all, other than the 9 tribulation creators, they really couldn't think of another cultivator who wasn't afraid of the joyful demon exalt. Boss, help me wrap these things up. Ning Qi picked more than 10 accessories. Although the materials of these accessories weren't the best and could only be considered as low-grade spirit artifacts at most, their designs were quite unique. Ning Qi planned to buy them for Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the others. All right. The stall owner quickly nodded and respectfully wrapped them up for Ning Qi. How much? Ning Qi laughed. Senior Ning must be joking. How could I take your money for such a small thing? This is a gift from me, a gift from me, the stall owner said with a flattering smile. His aura was only that of a first tribulation creator. Facing an existence like Ning Qi, who could even send an 8th tribulation creator flying with a single punch, he wanted nothing more than to kneel down and fawn over him. Are you kidding me? Do you think I need your money? Keep these pills well. Ning Qi smiled and casually threw a porcelain bottle to the stall owner. When the stall owner saw this, he revealed an embarrassed smile, and a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes. You want to take me as your master? Ning Qi's eyes fell on the young cultivator after he put the jewelry into his spatial bag. Yes. The young cultivator looked at Ning Qi expectantly. I no longer accept disciples. Ning Qi smiled. This young cultivator was a 3rd tribulation creator. With his combat power, he should be able to become a perfected immortal in the outside world. For example, the perfected immortal of the Deer sect should not be a match for this young cultivator. Ning Qi had to look up to such an existence in the past, but now he wanted to take him as his master. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for the existence of the system, even if he had the bloodline of the immortals in his body, he might have died of old age in the Qintang Empire. I see. The young cultivator lowered his head in disappointment. He then cupped his hands at Ning Qi and was about to turn around and leave. The other cultivators were also very disappointed. But what? The young man turned around in surprise. It seemed that there was still a chance to turn things around. Cloud Rising Village is recruiting many villagers. If you are interested, you can come. Ning Qi smiled. Cloud Rising Village. I'll remember it. Thank you, Senior Ning. The young man nodded in ecstasy. Even if he couldn't become Ning Qi's subordinate, he had heard from Ning Qi that Cloud Rising Village was founded by him. If he could become a villager of Cloud Rising Village, wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming Ning Qi's subordinate? In the future, he would have a higher chance of receiving Ning Qi's teachings. After getting directions from Ning Qi, The young cultivator immediately set off. Senior Ning, can we also go to Cloud Rising Village? Seeing the young cultivator leaving, the other cultivators asked impatiently. As long as you are sincere about joining Cloud Rising Village, you can all go. However, I'll be frank first. Joining Cloud Rising Village means going against the delightful demon sect. Are you afraid? Ning Chi smiled. No. A cultivator suddenly spoke with a glint of joy in his eyes. The cultivators of the Joyous Fiend sect have always been prideful and arrogant. When they see handsome men or beautiful women, they will use all sorts of methods to trick them into becoming cauldrons. A sect like that should have been destroyed a long time ago. That's right. Many cultivators present had been dissatisfied with the delightful demon sect for a long time. With that cultivator taking the lead, hundreds of cultivators immediately responded. The cultivators of the 6 sects who were standing far away, not daring to get too close to Ning Chi, had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they didn't dare to reprimand them. If you're not afraid, go ahead. When you reach Cloud Rising Village, just tell them that I asked you to come and sign up. Ning Chi smiled. Thank you, Senior Ning. Thank you, Village Chief. Some of the cultivators had already treated Ning Chi as the village chief. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators who followed Ning Chi left. The remaining hesitated and eventually chose to give up. They wanted to leave this dangerous place and return to the outside world after obtaining enough benefits. They didn't dare to offend the delightful demon sect. The real delightful demon sect was extremely terrifying. They had disciples all over the 300 celestial dynasties. What they had shown in the despair of death was just the tip of the iceberg. Junior brother Shao, was Ning Beishuan's cultivation really lower than yours a few thousand years ago? In a corner, dozens of disciples of the 6 sects stood together and secretly sized up Ning Chi. There were many familiar faces among them, such as Fu Ji, Zhan Donglai, Duanmu Chong, Yufeng, and Xiao Wei. That's right. Xiao Wei nodded with a hint of regret in his heart. If he had befriended Ning Chi back at Mu Ye's elixir vein, he would have one more outstanding person among his friends now. Thinking of Shen, by who stood with Ning Chi back then, Xiao Wei was a little envious. What a pity. If the delightful demon sect had decided to kill him back then, there wouldn't have been so many troubles later. Chapter 1759. Han Jian and the others sat in a large hall. Sakya Thoughtlessness was also called over. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit heavy. After a while, Han Jian took out an interspatial ring and said calmly, "This is the cultivation resources provided by our 9 Netherworld demon sect, from 1st tier to 8th tier elixirs. It's equivalent to 50 years of our sect's income in the realm of death." He even took out 8th tier elixirs. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Han Jian, this person is just trying to extort us. Isn't it enough with 1st tier to 7th tier elixirs? To us, stage 8 medicinal pills do not come out of nowhere. In the last big bet, we, the Impasse Divine Stone, lost, and in the end the Impassable Realm Divine Stone bestowed a stage 8 medicinal pill each, while the people from the Thunder Impassable Realm and the Tao Repository Impassable Realm each received 3 stage 8 medicinal pills. Don't tell me that you also placed the stage 8 medicinal pills that the Impassable Realm Divine Stone gave you into your universe ring? The female ancestor of the Yin Yang sect frowned. Grandma Long, you're wrong. Didn't you notice the disappointment in Ning Beishuan's eyes when we agreed to compensate him? Han Jian's expression was solemn. This, everyone recalled carefully, and their expressions changed. Grandma Long took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "He wanted us to refuse and then kill us all? Although he's very strong. Even if Sakya Thoughtlessness doesn't take action, the 10 of us should be invincible, right?" Amit Ba. Sakya Thoughtlessness opened his eyes and glanced at Grandma Long. Grandma Long, even if I take action, I'm no match for this person. Grandmaster, You didn't intend to take revenge for Sakya Samsara from the beginning. Did you see through this person's background? Han Jian was slightly stunned, and his gaze fell on Sakya thoughtlessness. I can't see through Ning Beishuan's background, but I remember that every few years there will be a prodigy who can fight above his level in the central mainland. I think this person should be the prodigy of this generation. Have you forgotten what the ultimate goal of those prodigies is? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Granny Long said in bewilderment, "You're saying that this kid will be able to compete with Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, in the future? If he doesn't die, it's not impossible for him to cultivate for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Such a proud son of heaven usually has many fortuitous encounters and a variety of trump cards. If we really fight him, we may not be able to win even if we have twice the number of people. Since we're going to die, why are we so stupid to attack him again?" Sakya Thoughtlessness said lightly, "Grandmaster, you're the one who sees things clearly." Regardless of whether thoughtless Sakya's guess was correct or not, everyone was starting to believe it. Judging from the aura of the other party, he was only a 5 tribulation creator, yet his battle prowess was already so strong. He couldn't be measured with common sense. I believe that everyone has already sent people to the outside world to spread the news. However, there seems to be a commotion in the outside world some time ago. I heard that a corpse monarch has appeared and his cultivation is comparable to the 5 great Yuan venerates. Now, many celestial dynasties have fallen into his hands. Even our sect master, the 9 underworld demon venerate, seems to have been injured by him. In such troubled times, I'm afraid that the higher-ups won't be able to spare any effort to deal with this kid. If this kid doesn't leave the impasse, even Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor, won't be able to do anything to him. This matter is too far away from us. The most important thing now is to stabilize him. Coincidentally, with this kid in this huge gamble and our arrangements, we might really be able to win. Everyone, don't be stingy with your cultivation resources. As long as we win the huge gamble, the impasse divine stone will compensate us." Han Jian said. Everyone nodded. Some time ago, they had also received this news through various means. However, in their opinion, the corpse monarch would be suppressed sooner or later and wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. 3 days after the destruction of the joyous demon sect, Han Jian and the others found Ning Qi and handed the 11 Qiankuan rings to him respectfully. Ning Qi scanned the Qiankuan rings with a spirit consciousness and glanced at Han Jian and the others. There were a lot of cultivation resources in the Qiankuan rings, which exceeded his previous expectations. In that case, it wouldn't be good to make a fuss. Just as Ning Qi was about to leave the 7 sect valleys, Han Jian stepped forward with a smile and said, "Brother Ning, the huge gamble concerns the interests of all the cultivators in the impasse. I wonder if Brother Ning can discuss it in detail with us? After all, the huge gamble will start in about a year. At that time, we will all be teleported to the impasse battlefield. Teleported to the impasse battlefield? Even the Transcendence cultivators will be teleported?" Ning Qi frowned. "That won't be the case. Only the first tribulation creator and above will be chosen by the impasse divine stone." Han Jian smiled. "Let's go and have a chat." Ning Qi was silent for a moment and then nodded. Han Jian and the others saw this, and a trace of joy flashed in their eyes. No matter how much they hated Ning Qi, the huge gamble concerned their interests. Before that, everyone could become friends. Moreover, Ning Qi only made them lose face and killed the cultivators of the joyous demon sect. In fact, the hatred between them wasn't that deep. Everyone came to the main hall of the 9 Serenities demon sect. Ning Qi naturally sat on the main seat. Han Jian and the others consciously sat on both sides. After a long conversation, Ning Qi learned that the huge gamble depended on battle points. The method of calculating battle points was similar to Ning Qi's fortune points. In the impasse battlefield, there would be a battle points ranking. At that time, it would be clear who had the most battle points. At the end of the battle, it would be based on the total number of battle points of everyone. Brother Ning, the few of us have obtained an ancient formation map. We plan to set up this formation in the impasse battlefield to protect those ordinary cultivators. Then we will go out and kill and obtain battle points. This way, our chances of winning will be higher. However, when setting up the formation, we need enough 8th Tribulation creators. Now that Sakya Samsara and Flaming Sun couple are no longer here, and the other top 50 existences on the combat power ranking are basically foreign races, we can't communicate with them. I'm afraid Brother Ning will have to fill up the positions of those 3. What does Brother Ning think? Han Jian said with a smile, "Let me think about it." Ning Qi said indifferently. He didn't agree to Han Jian immediately. The expressions of Han Jian and the others changed slightly, but there was nothing they could do. Do you know where the evil demon ranked 13th on the combat power ranking is cultivating? Ning Qi suddenly said, "That guy? He's very mysterious. Basically, we don't see him in the huge gamble. If not for that, we wouldn't have lost so badly in the impasse battlefield. The top 50 of the combat power ranking of the other 2 impasse battlefield are very united." Chapter 1760. Xingzi Yan with Grandma Long taking the lead. The rest of the cultivators also began to complain about the cultivators in the top 50 of the power rankings. Apart from the 7 major sects and a few people, the rest of the cultivators either didn't show up or didn't contribute to the war at all. If the Great Gambling War is related to the interests of all the cultivators in the Land of Death, how could they not show up? Ning Qi frowned slightly. After a long while, Han Jian laughed bitterly and said, "Brother Ning, there's something you don't know. In the early years, they had actually put in a lot of effort, and there were even many cultivators who died at the hands of the experts from the other 2 desperate realms. In the end, we were defeated in the desperate realms of death. As time passed, besides us from the 7 great sects and a few cultivators who had put in a lot of effort in the Grand Gambling War, those cultivators have become smarter. Since we lose every single time, it's better for them to not show themselves and avoid the risk of dying. You lose every time?" Ning Qi looked at Han Jian and the others with a strange expression. Could it be that this group of people were so much weaker than the experts from the other 2 great extremes? Han Jian seemed to have understood something from Ning Qi's gaze. So he said again, "The Thunder Emperor, who ranks first on the desperate realm of Thunder's combat power list, is the personal disciple of Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. He was already an 8 Tribulation creator tens of thousands of years ago. During a huge gambling battle, he single-handedly defeated us and forced us to flee. In addition, the hidden, immortal, perfected Taoist of the desperate realm of Tao scriptures is also no small matter. He has the direct bloodline of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu and possesses an unfathomable Gu technique. He can even fight the Thunder Emperor to a draw. As long as these 2 people are present, they will be able to suppress the desperate realm of death. Thunder Emperor, Reverend Hidden Immortal, the one ranked first on the desperate death realm combat power ranking isn't a match for them?" Ning Qi said lightly. "Brother Ning, you're talking about Saint Yen, right? Although there are rumors that he was personally nurtured by the Tao Yen Celestial Emperor and has a heaven-defying aptitude. He has only cultivated for a few thousand years. However, this is only a rumor. We don't know the specifics. Saint Yen once fought with the Thunder Emperor and was defeated in less than 100 moves. If it wasn't for the Thunder Emperor being afraid of his background, I'm afraid that Saint Yen would have died in that gamble," Han Jian said. "Only a few thousand years? If this is true, then I just happened to be on Earth when this person was cultivating." Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. As long as it was related to Tao Yen Celestial Emperor, he would pay attention to it. If there was a chance, he would like to meet this Saint San Yen. Ning Qi had more or less understood what he needed to know, so he continued to ask, "Does anyone know where the demon is?" Ning Qi's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Grandmother Long. "Grandmother Long, You should know the whereabouts of Demon Yi, right? That's right. I do know where this person is. Granny Long admitted it frankly. Ning Chi looked at her with a smile. 1 level 8 medicinal pill, and I'll tell you his whereabouts. It's a fair trade. Granny Long continued. Granny Long, you. Everyone's gaze fell on Grandmother Long, and they immediately felt a little dissatisfied. She clearly knew that this fellow in front of her was not someone to be trifled with, but she still insisted on giving him a chance to act up? Deal. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Everyone's expression was a little strange. They did not expect Ning Chi to agree so decisively. Ning Chi picked out a level 8 medicinal pill from the mental damage compensation and handed it to Grandmother Long. Grandmother Long's lips moved slightly, probably telling Ning Chi the whereabouts of Demon Yi. Then Ning Chi got up and left. Grandmother Long, how can you be so sure that he will not directly fight with us, but instead give you a level 8 medicinal pill? Sakya thoughtlessness looked at Grandmother Long coldly. Grandmother Long sneered and put away the rank 8 elixir. She then glanced at him disdainfully and said faintly, although I am not familiar with this boy, I found that he is a person who abides by the rules. If you don't provoke him, he won't provoke you. From the clues we found in the cold stream, we can conclude this. From the beginning to the end, my words were extremely rude, but I did not humiliate him. I did not insult him. Did you see him attack me? I see. Everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Amitabha. Sakya thoughtlessness looked deeply at Grandmother Long, then got up and left. This old woman was much more sophisticated than he had thought. The provocative words from before were actually a silent test of the other party's temperament, that's right. If this person did not abide by the rules, he might have attacked us before. Compared to Sun Yan, do you think his battle power... Han Jian looked at everyone. Perhaps not much different, perhaps a little stronger, but don't forget that he is only a 5 Calamity Master of Creation. Sun Yan is already an 8 Calamity Master of Creation, like you and me. No one can say for sure whether he has really only cultivated for a few thousand years. He might even be older than you and me. But I can be sure that if he breaks through to the 8 Calamity Master of Creation, his battle power will be unparalleled. Grandmother Long smiled and got up to leave. The remaining people looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The territory of the Despair Realm of Death was very vast. The 7 sects and valleys that occupied dozens of mountain ranges were only a small dot on the map. Therefore, the Despair Realm of Death was divided into 6 regions, namely the Heaven region, Mysterious region, Foreign region, Ordinary region, Evil region, and Dragon region. Ning Chi's Cloud Rising Village and the markets that he had been to before were all in the Sky region. The place he was going to now was the Dragon region. Grandmother Long said that a few years ago she had seen the devil in the Dragon region. He seemed to be collecting the blood essence of the Dragon clan and preparing to cultivate some evil technique. Logically speaking, in just a few years, the devil should not have left the Dragon region. Therefore, as long as Ning Chi rushed to the Dragon region, he would have a chance to see the devil. 10 days later, Ning Chi saw more and more Dragon clan cultivators, while the human clan and foreign clan cultivators were much fewer. They must have entered the Dragon region. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures swept past Ning Chi and flew towards a huge city in the distance. They were all Dragon clan cultivators. Suddenly, the group of Dragon clan cultivators stopped and turned to look at Ning Chi. Human clan cultivators? I can't believe that there are still human clan cultivators who dare to step into the Dragon region. They really don't want to live. Brothers, let's suppress him together and bring him to Dragon Lake City to exchange for contribution points. The Dragon clan cultivator with the strongest aura looked at Ning Chi and let out a cold laugh. Chapter 1761. Chapter 1761. Dragon Lake City. Did something happen in the Dragon field Recently? Why do they want to suppress me just because I'm a human? Why do they want to exchange me for contribution points? Ning Qi was confused. You're going to die soon. Why do you know so much? The leading cultivator of the dragon clan laughed wildly. He and the other cultivators of the dragon clan seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they instantly suppressed Ning Qi. Judging from their proficient movements, it was not the first time they had worked together. Roar! Several dragons over 100 zhang long appeared in front of Ning Qi. Their length was not even comparable to the dragons of the Qi cultivation realm that Ning Qi had seen before. However, their bodies had been refined countless times, and the dragons of the Qi cultivation realm were no match for them. That was the difference in quality. But to Ning Qi, they were all the same. He casually pointed a few times, and apart from the leading cultivator of the dragon clan, the heads of the other dragons exploded. How is this possible? The eyes of the cultivator of the dragon clan flickered with astonishment. He immediately stopped moving and turned around to flee. The scene before him almost scared the shit out of him. You haven't answered my question and you want to leave? A faint voice rang in his ears. Then he found that his body was suppressed by a mysterious force, and he could not move at all. Seeing this, the cultivator of the dragon clan had no choice but to turn back into his human form and look at Ning Qi in fear. What do you want? This is the dragon field, and there are dragons passing by it any time. If they see you killing dragons, you won't be able to leave the dragon field alive. I've killed countless dragons. It doesn't matter if you die or not. Do you think I'll be afraid? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The fear in the eyes of the cultivator of the dragon clan became even more intense. Tell me, why do you want to suppress human cultivators? If you answer me well, I'll be happy and let you go like a fart. Ning Qi smiled. Is that true? The other party didn't believe him, but when he saw the impatience in Ning Qi's eyes, he quickly reacted and said in a low voice, In the past few years, several great dragon kings have died in the dragon field. The dragon emperors suspect that it was done by human and alien cultivators. Therefore, during this period of time, as long as you suppress human or alien cultivators, you can take them to the nearest city and exchange them for contribution points. Great Dragon King? What's his cultivation? Ning Qi said lightly. In his heart, he already knew who was slaughtering the dragons. It must be the demons. It seemed that he was still in the dragon realm and had not left. Only the 7 Tribulation Dragon tribe can be called the Great Dragon King. I have already answered your question. Can I leave now? Okay, you can go now. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Really? Chen Shi's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Yet he still swiftly turned around and tore through the sky towards Dragon Lake City. And only after flying for an entire 5 kilometers did he believe that Chen Shi had really let him off. Damnable human cultivator. How dare you kill a dragon cultivator? Just you wait. Once I return to Dragon Lake City, I'll report this matter to the great Dragon King of Dragon Lake City right away. Seeming to feel that he had already escaped danger, the dragon couldn't help but turn his head and roar furiously towards Ning Qi's direction, and his voice was filled with complacency. However, he didn't even have the time to turn his head when he saw a black approaching from afar with an extremely swift speed. In practically an instant, the black had appeared before him. What? I just let you go, and you turn around and want to sell me out? Ning Qi said with a smile. A trace of terror flashed within his eyes. Then the dragon cultivator flapped his wings madly and flew towards Dragon Lake City at his fastest speed. So long as I enter Dragon Lake City, I'll be safe. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his back. The enormous wings fell off from the dragon's back, and he who had lost his wings instantly slowed down by a few times. However, he could still fly. It doesn't matter if I don't have wings as long as I can survive. Pooh! A trace of sharp pain came from his tail. With a bang, the tail that was over 100 m long heavily descended onto the ground, smashing to the point that numerous cracks appeared on the ground. It's only a tail as long as it's not the head. Damnable fellow, once I return to Dragon Lake City, it'll be the time of your death. You're so stubborn. Ning Chi's figure moved slightly to stand on the head of this dragon. Senior, I was wrong, don't kill me. Without wings and tail, the dragon that looked to be completely bald finally awoke from his dreams. With his current speed, how could he possibly escape safely into Dragon Lake City? So he immediately transformed back into his human form and begged for mercy while crying bitterly to Ning Chi, and his eyes were filled with regret. If I give you another chance, will you report me? Ning Chi lightly smiled. No, I won't. I definitely won't. The dragon swore honestly. All right, you can leave. Ning Chi smiled as he nodded. Really? This dragon never imagined that Ning Chi would let him off once again, and he felt slight disbelief in his heart. But when he just turned around, he heard a voice sound out from behind. I'm joking, go on your way. You didn't keep your promise. He only had time to let out an angry roar, and the dragon's body was penetrated by a wave of saber radiance. Steaming hot blood mixed with minced meat fell to the ground like a rain of blood and hail. Ning Chi's thoughts moved slightly, and he searched for an item in the dragon-slaying mall, or a mask. This mask could change the aura of the host at will. The price was not too high, but there were not many types of auras that could be changed, and the dragon was one of them. In view of the dragon's sensitivity to auras, Ning Chi had to bring it along, and then stroll around Dragon Lake City to collect information about the evil demon. 100 dragon-slaying crystals is really expensive. Ning Chi let out a sigh. If 100 dragon-slaying crystals were to be exchanged for dragon-slaying coins, the amount would be very huge. Right now, it was like he had passed the novice stage, and no matter what, the price was many times more expensive than before. But this time he had obtained a large number of dragon-slaying crystals in the 7 sect valleys, and a mere 100 dragon-slaying crystals was nothing to Ning Chi. After putting on the aura mask, Ning Chi's body had a trace of the dragon's aura, and he entered Dragon Lake City very smoothly. It seemed that a great battle had happened here, and many places were in ruins. Walking on the streets, there were no other foreign races, except for the dragon. It seemed that the evil demon's actions had caused many innocent cultivators to suffer this disaster. Chapter 1762. Chapter 1762. Chapter 1762, An Acquaintance. This person should be the Dragon Lake City's Grand Dragon King, right? His aura is thicker than Qiu Zhan's and about the same as Mo Dong's. Ning Chi stood in the crowd and sized up that 7 Tribulations dragon. Below the high platform, those human and xeno-race cultivators more or less had injuries on their bodies, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. They ought to have experienced a fierce battle before being captured, whereas there were obviously more than a few hundred human and xeno-race cultivators in Dragon Lake City before this, so the remaining cultivators ought to have been killed on the spot. Dragon, Abyss, Great Dragon King. There are still 3 human cultivators hiding here, and I've captured them. A dragon cultivator flew across the sky and landed in front of the high platform. He threw the human cultivators in his hands onto the ground. The 3 cultivators were already out of breath, and there were several serious injuries on their bodies. They were on the verge of dying. They were 3 First Tribulation creators. All right, 3 First Tribulation creators. 3 contribution points. The corners of Long Yuan Grand Dragon King's lips curled up slightly as he nodded his head. The dragon race cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and handed him a jade token. Long Yuan Grand Dragon King stretched out his hand and gently scanned the jade token. Instantly, the numbers on the jade token changed slightly. Not long after that, a few other members of the dragon race flew over. Each of them had captured a few cultivators of either the human race or the outsiders, and brought them before the dragon Abyss, Great Dragon King, to receive their rewards. In just a short 2 hours, the number of people below the stage had increased by over 100. Not long after, another Dragon Clan cultivator with a gloomy expression and an extremely dense aura landed in front of the stage. When the nearby Dragon Clan saw him, their expressions became rather respectful. Even the Dragon Abyss, Great Dragon King on the high platform smiled at the Dragon Tribe cultivator. Because this dragon was a 6th tribulation dragon, he took out a bag and threw it on the ground. Instantly, dozens of human cultivators flew out of the bag. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had different cultivation levels. The only thing they had in common was that they didn't have many wounds on their bodies. You dragons are really insane. Why did you attack human cultivators without even giving us a chance to explain? Could it be that you really think that your dragon clan is in charge of this desperate situation of death? An old man flew out from the pouch and immediately stood up to look at the dragon pool, Great Dragon King, as he questioned him. Insolent human ant, how dare you shout so loudly in front of the dragon Abyss, Great Dragon King? A dragon roar could be heard. With a flash of green light, the old man's heart was dug out. In front of him stood a humanoid dragon covered in green scales. In his hand was a bright red heart that belonged to the old man, village chief. The rest of the cultivators cried out in shock and looked at the dragon with incomparable anger. One of the female cultivators quickly stepped forward to support the old man, a trace of worry flashing across her eyes. When Ningqi saw this female cultivator, his mouth subconsciously opened slowly. How could she appear here? The other human cultivators were a bit indifferent. They were like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river. They couldn't even protect themselves, so why would they care about the old man's heart being dug out? Hee. The dragon threw the heart into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he laughed evilly, and his eyes fell on the female cultivator closest to the old man. You smell really good. Don't touch her, Dragon Pool Great Dragon King. Our Cloud Dragon Village has existed in the dragon's domain for thousands of years. We've never offended any of the dragons. Why are you suddenly trying to kill us? Although the old man had lost his heart, he was a 3 tribulation creator. Even if he lost his heart, it wouldn't be a fatal injury. If he had enough time and elixirs, coupled with his power of creation, he would be able to grow another heart in a few years. At this moment, the old man looked at the Dragon Pool, Great Dragon King, with a stern expression. His eyes filled with grief and anger. There are thousands of villagers in the Cloud Dragon Village. This time, they were ambushed by the 6th tribulation dragon, and more than half of them died. Other than them, there were still some villagers who were on the run. It wouldn't be long before they were captured and brought to Dragon Lake City as well. The Dragon Pool Great Dragon King glanced at the old man and said slowly, I know you, Chief of the Cloud Dragon Village. That's right. All these years, you and the dragon race have stayed out of each other's way. However, there's a cultivator who doesn't belong to the dragon race who has killed a few of our great dragon kings. Many ordinary dragons have gone missing as well. I believe they're all dead. Therefore, the higher-ups have ordered us to kill all of them, be it humans or cultivators of other races. This matter isn't just targeted at the Cloud Dragon Village. Even if it's the royal family of the 9 Desolations, we'll kill them all. We're all innocent. Moreover, the dragon race can't even tell if that guy is a human or some other race. How can you kill innocent people like that? The chief of Cloud Rising Village's face was pale. Say no more. Wait for another 6 hours. Once we gather 999 foreign race cultivators, we'll sacrifice them to our dragon god. The Dragon Pool Great Dragon King said calmly. The green-scaled dragon had initially intended to devour the female cultivator beside the old man. However, after hearing the words of the Dragon Pool Great Dragon King, he gave up on that idea. As he turned around to leave, He glared at the female cultivator darkly and licked his lips gently with his tongue, looking incomparably evil. 2 hours later, in the distance, a series of explosions could be heard. A dozen or so black dots were entangled together as they flew toward Dragon Lake City. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cultivator of the dragon race. He was laughing maniacally as he chased after a dozen or so human cultivators. Soon, apart from one human cultivator, the remaining dozen or so human cultivators were severely injured by the cultivator of the dragon race and were thrown onto the high platform. However, the human cultivator was also in an extremely miserable state. He was only a first tribulation creator, while the cultivator of the dragon race who was chasing after him was a fourth tribulation dragon. It was like a cat chasing after a mouse, toying with the other party. It could be seen from the way they ran to Dragon Lake City in a panic. The eyes of the village chief of Cloud Dragon Village and the dozens of villagers who were captured were filled with worry when they saw the group of human cultivators being chased. It was because they were also villagers of Cloud Dragon Village, especially the female cultivator who was standing next to the village chief. Her eyes were filled with the most anxiety. Ha ha ha. Keep running, this is Dragon Lake City. Where can you run to? The Four Calamities Dragon tribe laughed maniacally as he appeared right in front of the human cultivator with a mocking look on his face. Seeing this, the human cultivator turned around and tried to escape. However, he was stopped by the other party every single time he tried. Stop playing. The Dragon Pool, Great Dragon King, said calmly. Yes. The cultivator of the dragon race, who was toying with the human cultivator, wore a stern expression and reached out to grab the human cultivator. A formidable force of creation surged out of his body and turned into a giant hand. If the human cultivator were to be caught by it, his tendons and bones would surely be broken. At this critical moment, a figure flashed by and grabbed the human cultivator before the dragon could reach him, landing on the ground. The fourth tribulation dragon wore a furious expression. Someone actually dared to take advantage of him? Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 1763. All of you must die. You're still wearing a mask and hiding your head. Which branch of the dragon clan are you from? Why did you steal this human cultivator from my hands? Have you gone crazy thinking about contribution points? The fourth calamity dragon landed before Ning-Chi and stared at Ning-Chi. His eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the great Dragon King was here, he would have already attacked. The sixth calamity dragon that had captured the people of Cloud Dragon Village also calmly looked at Ning-Chi. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. How come I've never seen the aura of the Dragon Clan on this person before? Not speaking. Watch me take off your mask. Let's see which branch of the Dragon Clan you are from. How dare you be so bold and disobey the rules before the great Dragon King? That Four Calamities dragon race member walked straight towards Ning-Chi. In just a few steps, he was already in front of Ning-Chi. He stretched out his hand to grab Ning-Chi's mask. At this moment, Ning-Chi moved. His palm gently grabbed the other party's arm and twisted. With a loud crack, the arm of the Four Calamities dragon race was twisted like a fried dough twist. The bones inside were instantly crushed into powder. Then, Ning-Chi pulled lightly and the other party staggered forward. Ning-Chi slapped his head with the back of his hand. The huge dragon head was forcefully smashed into his chest. After that, Ning-Chi kicked him in the chest. This fourth tribulation dragon race member flew out and landed heavily below the stage. He rolled a few times and was no longer breathing. From beginning to end, the dragon didn't even have a chance to fight back. Whether it was the Dragon Clan, Human Clan, or Foreign Clan, everyone's mouths were wide open when they saw this. They looked at Ning-Chi in shock. A Dragon Clan cultivator near the stage walked up to check. He's dead. The dragons were in an uproar. This person killed a member of the Dragon Clan before the great Dragon King? Even though the dragon race often killed each other, it was all in secret. Very few dragon race would kill another dragon race in front of so many dragon race clansmen, or even a great dragon king. Wang Lin was bewildered as he looked at the dragon corpse and then at Ning Qi. A sense of doubt appeared in his heart. With the support of Fei Yuting, the Cloud Dragon Village chief's eyes flashed. This change gave him a glimmer of hope. As long as the dragon clan fell into internal strife, they would have a chance to escape. You, take off your mask. That sixth tribulation dragon looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. The surrounding dragons took a step forward and glared at Ning Qi with murderous intent. On the elevated platform, the Longyuan Grand Dragon King merely stared at Ning Qi calmly without making any move. You want to see my true face? Why don't you come and pick it yourself? Ning Qi smiled faintly. When Wang Lin and Fei Yuting heard Ning Qi's voice, their bodies suddenly became stiff, and they stared at Ning Qi with disbelief. Their eyes were locked onto Ning Qi's mask, as if they wanted to see through it and see Ning Qi's true face, because this voice was very similar to their grandson's. However, Ning Qi had been missing for thousands of years, and his aura was indeed that of a dragon. The two of them looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Okay. The Sixth Tribulation's dragon nodded with a solemn expression. The aura on his body suddenly surged, and the boundless power of creation caused the nearby dragon tribe members to feel pressured. They all retreated a few hundred feet and made way for an extremely spacious area. Even in the dragon domain, a Sixth Tribulation dragon was a top existence. When the dragons in Longyuan City saw that he was about to make a move, they all revealed looks of anticipation. A dazzling blade light flashed, and the Sixth Tribulation dragon's aura rapidly dropped. Then, under everyone's gaze, his body was cut in half and fell to the side. Hiss! All the dragons sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the human and foreign cultivators who had already given up all looked at this scene in disbelief. A Sixth Tribulation dragon. He died just like that? What the hell was going on? Soon after, they reacted and all their gazes fell on Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with fear, shock, awe, and various other colors. Wang Lin and Fei Yuting were very disappointed when they saw this. In their memories, although their grandson's battle prowess was impressive, when he was at the arcane true celestial stage, he was only a bit stronger than great sage Xian Zhen and the others. He wasn't even at the half-step creation stage. Even after thousands of years, it was impossible for him to grow to this point. If he could casually kill a Sixth Tribulation dragon, then didn't that mean his cultivation was at the Seven Tribulation? On the high platform, the Dragon Pool, Great Dragon King, finally stood up and looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. Which branch of the Dragon Clan do you belong to? Why did you come to my Dragon Lake City? Ning Qi smiled and took off his mask. The aura of the dragon tribe immediately disappeared and was replaced by a thick aura of the human tribe. Human cultivator? Everyone, including the Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King, felt the aura that was being emitted from Ning Qi's body, and their faces fell. As for the human cultivators who were prepared to die, they were filled with joy and disbelief. Senior, the Cloud Dragon Village chief's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect things to turn out this way today. The person who had casually killed a 4 Tribulation dragon and a 6 Tribulation dragon was actually a human cultivator. Good grandson? When Fei Yuting saw Ning Qi's true appearance, she was shocked at first, but the next second, she immediately reacted and ran toward Ning Qi. At this time, several nearby dragons saw this and subconsciously attacked Fei Yuting. As a result, before they could even attack, their heads fell to the ground and they died on the spot. Bei Xian, is it really you? Fei Yuting looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Wang Lin was dumbfounded and hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Grandpa, Grandma, it's me. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Wang Lin woke up from the shock and looked at Ning Qi excitedly along with Fei Yuting. We thought you were dead. Fei Yuding reached out and touched Ning Qi's cheek. Fei Yuding reached out and touched Ning Qi's cheek. It was warm, so it was definitely not a dream. She was very excited. For Ning Qi, it hadn't been long since he left the central continent, but for Wang Lin and his wife, it had been nearly 4,000 years. They didn't expect that they would meet again in this desperate situation. Grandpa, Grandma? This person is Wang Lin and his wife's grandson. They are only a first tribulation creator, yet their grandson is so strong. The people of Cloud Dragon Village stared at this scene in disbelief. Chapter 1764. Chapter 1764. Annihilation Ning Beixian, the one ranked 9th on the combat force list? Hearing the humans roar, all the Dragon Clan cultivators in Dragon Lake City were startled and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. If this person was really Ning Beixian, then they were in danger today. Ning Beixian. The Dragon Pool Grand Dragon King's heart skipped a beat as he squinted his eyes. At this moment, he was completely focused and prepared to defend himself. If the other party suddenly attacked, even if he couldn't win, he would still be able to escape. What? Ranked 9th on the combat force list? Wang Lin and his wife were dumbfounded. They happened to be in closed-door cultivation some time ago and didn't see the update of the combat force list. Now that they heard the humans roar, both of them couldn't believe it. The top 50 of the battle power ranking in the perilous realm of death were all top-notch existences among the 8 tribulation masters of creation. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they were divided into several grades. The strongest grade was naturally the top 10. It was already a great surprise for them to bump into Ning Qi in the perilous realm of death. They did not expect an even greater surprise to be waiting for them. My good grandson, you really entered the combat force list, and you're even ranked 9th? Fei Yuding's voice trembled slightly. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Wang Lin and Fei Yuding received this affirmative answer, the joy in their hearts was beyond words. Wang Lin even let out a long laugh, his laughter filled with elation. Damn Dragon Clan, who let you kill innocent people. Now you've got your retribution. Senior Ning, this time the hands of the Dragon Clan are stained with the blood of our human clan. Please, Senior Ning, seek justice for us. The human cultivators present shouted excitedly. The village chief and villagers of Cloud Dragon Village all looked at Ning Qi, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Dragon Clan cultivators of Dragon Lake City, on the other hand, had extremely ugly expressions. Many of the Dragon Clan cultivators who stayed in the periphery had begun to quietly evacuate Dragon Lake City. Is Your Excellency really Ning Beixian? The Dragon Lake Great Dragon King took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked Ning Qi. He tried to keep his voice calm, not wanting the other party to see the trace of fear in his heart at this moment. I heard that many people from your Dragon Clan have died in the past few years. Where is the Great Dragon King who died recently? Ning Qi did not reply to the Dragon Abyss Great Dragon King's question and asked in return. The Dragon King of Long Yuan revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before he said, It's the Great Dragon King of North Sea City. He died in the cave abode a month ago. Because of this, the few Dragon Emperors gave the order for us to clean up all the cultivators in the Dragon domain apart from the Dragon tribe. That's why you guys are killing anyone you see. These human cultivators clearly don't have the ability to kill a 7 tribulation dragon. Even though you know that they're innocent, you guys don't intend to let them off, right? Ning Qi said lightly. We have no choice but to obey the orders from above. Cold sweat broke out on the Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King's forehead. I'm also a human. I'm standing right in front of you right now. Why aren't you attacking me? Ning Qi said lightly. The Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King's face became uglier and uglier. The nearby dragon tribe cultivators secretly cursed in their hearts. Long Yuan Grand Dragon King was just a 7 Tribulation Dragon, while the other party was ranked 9th on the combat strength list. The gap between the two was tens of thousands of miles. How could they dare to attack? Senior Ning, what happened today was a misunderstanding. I'm willing to make up for it. What do you think, Senior Ning? The Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King laughed dryly. Misunderstanding? If my good grandson didn't happen to come here, wouldn't we have died tragically in the hands of you dragon tribe cultivators? Fei Yuding shouted coldly. The human cultivators present heard Fei Yuding's scolding and echoed her words, causing the dragon tribe cultivators to turn pale. If it was any other time, they would have slapped these ants to death. Many dragon tribe cultivators secretly blamed the 6th Tribulation Dragon who had died under Ning Qi's saber. If he had killed these guys from Cloud Dragon Village on the spot, there would have been no need to bring them to Dragon Lake City. Perhaps the current situation wouldn't have become a deadlock. My good grandson, kill them for me. Leave no one alive. Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi. Okay. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. A heart-palpitating murderous intent swept out from Ning Qi's body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Dragon Lake City. Seeing that the matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, the Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King made up his mind and let out a dragon roar. Dragon tribe, cultivators of Dragon Lake City, heed my command. Kill these human cultivators. Leave no one alive. The Dragon tribe cultivators looked at each other. In the end, they didn't have the courage to attack Ning Qi. They stood motionless on the spot. Many of the Dragon tribe cultivators even turned around and fled. What a joke! No matter how upright the Dragon tribe was, they wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the existence ranked 9th on the combat strength list. Wouldn't that be courting death? A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King as he cursed in his heart. He didn't have the time to punish these Dragon tribe cultivators for disobeying his command. He took a deep look at Ning Qi. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and transformed into his Dragon tribe true body that was several hundred meters long. His body was covered in lightning. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Thunder Abyss Dragon. Many human cultivators recognized the origin of the Dragon Abyss true body, and there was a flash of disappointment in their eyes. Thunder Abyss dragons were good at controlling thunder. Although their attack power wasn't the best among the thunder element, their speed was very fast. Right now, the Dragon Abyss Grand Dragon King had taken the initiative to escape and didn't even leave behind any vicious words. Even Ning Beixian, who was ranked 9th on the combat strength list, shouldn't be able to catch up to him, right? What a pity. Fei Yuding let out a sigh. Seeing their great Dragon King run away without a word, the other Dragon tribe cultivators all scattered. When Ning Qi saw this, he let out a faint smile. Countless strands of celestial spiritual energy came out of his body and entered the bodies of the Dragon tribe cultivators. In just a few breaths of time, all the Dragon tribe cultivators in Dragon Lake City were motionless while they were running away. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, these Dragon tribe cultivators exploded into a mist of blood like fireworks. Not even their corpses were left behind. Hiss! Including Wang Lin and his wife, all the human and foreign cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at this scene in disbelief. Two elders, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Ning Qi smiled at Wang Lin and Fei Yuding before disappearing. You too. Why didn't you say so earlier that you had such a powerful grandson? This old man thought we were going to die today. The Cloud Dragon Village's village chief smiled at the two with a pale face. Chapter 1765. Chapter 1765. Chapter 1765. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. That's right. Big Brother Wang, I didn't expect your grandson to be Senior Ning Beixian, a young female cultivator from the Cloud Dragon Village, went up to support the village chief. Then she excitedly looked at Wang Lin and his wife. When everyone heard what she said, they felt that something was amiss. The villagers of Cloud Rise Village all surrounded them. Due to the escape of the Dragon Pool, Great Dragon King, and the death of the other dragons, the restrictions on the human cultivators were released. They sat on the ground with lingering fear and looked at Wang Lin and Wang Lin with awe in their eyes. As for the rest of the foreign cultivators who didn't belong to the human clan or the dragon clan, after removing the restrictions, a few of them directly left while the rest stayed. "Chief, everyone, we haven't seen Beixian for many years. I didn't expect his cultivation to have reached such a level." Wang Lin bitterly smiled. "Don't you know whose grandson he is?" Back then, Beixian slaughter caused the entire Azure Dragon continent to be in a state of panic. Even though thousands of years have passed, as long as they hear Beixian's name, I'm afraid some cultivators would be so scared that they wouldn't even be able to sleep well, right? It's a pity that my husband was unconscious at that time. Otherwise, he would have been able to witness this scene with his own eyes. Fei Yuding said proudly. Wang Lin held her hand and smiled. "That's right. Who told you to have such an excellent daughter, find a good son-in-law, and finally have a good grandson?" Cough, cough! Seeing that the two of them were showing off their love, the village chief couldn't help but cough twice. Then he said with a strange expression, "Little brother Wang, I remember that you two don't seem to be very old, right?" "It's not too big." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two of them were old monsters who had lived for many years. However, in the face of death, they were simply too inexperienced. The few cultivators they met were all much older than them. Then isn't Senior Ning even younger? To have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid he might even have the strength of a Nine Tribulations creator in the future. The Yunlong village chief muttered to himself. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, the way they looked at Wang Lin and his wife changed greatly. There was envy and jealousy in their eyes. However, the villagers of Cloud Dragon Village were very happy. At least they had known Wang Lin and his wife for decades, so there was a friendship there. Once Senior Ning returns, they can take this opportunity to build a relationship with Senior Ning. If they had the protection of a powerhouse ranked 9th on the combat force ranking, then as long as they didn't seek death, they could basically do whatever they wanted. I wonder if Senior Ning can catch up to the dragon Abyss, Great Dragon King. A cultivator whispered. Everyone looked at each other. Most of them felt that Ning Qi would not be able to catch up, but they did not say it out loud. The lightning abyss dragon can travel 9,000 miles with a flap of its wings. It is likely that Senior Ning will not be able to catch up to it. However, the dragon tribe of Dragon Lake City has all died in Senior Ning's hands. This can be considered as taking revenge for our human race. Unfortunately, the other human race cultivators within the dragon region are not as lucky as us to meet Senior Ning. It is likely that a large number of human race cultivators have already been executed by the dragon tribe. The village chief of Cloud Dragon Village let out a long sigh towards the end. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made the dragon region be ruled by the dragon clan? Village chief! I think we should have moved out of the dragon region and gone to any of the other 5 regions. It would have been better than staying here. A cultivator complained. Every place has a local tyrant. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid we won't be able to find a place to stay. There's nothing we can do about it. The village chief of Cloud Dragon Village bitterly smiled and shook his head. Okay, now that things have come to this, there's no need to say anything else. When my good grandson comes back, he will take us away from here. Fei Yuding glared at the cultivator, who spoke in hindsight. The other party had indeed persuaded the village chief to move the Cloud Dragon Village away, but at that time it was because he had offended a dragon clan cultivator. He had never considered the situation today. Now that he was bringing up the past, wasn't he just taking the opportunity to show how wise he was? The cultivator was a second tribulation creator. Normally, when he faced Wang Lin and his wife, he would act high and mighty. Now that Fei Yuding was glaring at him, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to even let out a fart. After a dozen breaths, a behemoth suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into Dragon Lake City. Everyone quickly looked over and were shocked. That behemoth was clearly the Dragon Lake Grand Dragon King who had just escaped. However, at this moment there was no vitality in his body, only endless death aura. He was obviously dead. Ning Qi quietly appeared beside Wang Lin and his wife and smiled. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." A trace of shock flashed across Fei Yuding's eyes. She had never imagined that her grandson would actually be able to catch up to the Long Yuan Great Dragon King and even kill him. During this period of time, only a few dozen breaths had passed. Such speed was simply too shocking. "We greet Senior Bei Xian." The Cloud Dragon Village chief and the others quickly clasped their hands. The nearby foreign race cultivators also got up and walked over. They all saluted Ning Qi with a hint of gratitude in their eyes. No need to be so polite. Ning Qi faintly waved his hand. Then his gaze fell on Wang Lin and his wife. "Grandpa, Grandma, let's go?" "Good grandson. Take the village chief and the others with you. Thanks to the village chief and the others for taking care of us all these years. We wouldn't have been able to see you today." Fei Yuding smiled. "No problem." Ning Qi smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on the Cloud Dragon Village chief and the others. "I have a village under my command called Cloud Rising. If you don't mind, you can come to my village. Senior Bei Xian is too polite, how could we mind? We are willing to join Cloud Rising Village." The people of Cloud Dragon Village quickly cupped their hands, their eyes filled with joy. Now, Ning Qi would be their backer in the future. From now on, they wouldn't have to live in fear of offending someone they shouldn't. "Senior Bei Xian, can we also join Cloud Rising Village?" A foreign race cultivator about 40 to 50 feet tall asked. Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled. "As long as you sincerely want to join my Cloud Rising Village. No matter what race you are, I welcome you." "Great." The giant-like foreign race cultivator grinned. Next, Ning Qi sent Wang Lin and his wife back to Cloud Rising Village and introduced them to Saint Concubine Cold Sky and the others. After making arrangements, Ning Qi returned to the Dragon Domain. With the 90,000-mile flash, it didn't take long to go back and forth. Although it had been thousands of years since they last met, Ning Qi still had a lot of doubts in his heart. He didn't want to talk about them in detail on the way back, so he planned to go back and ask Wang Lin and Fei Yuding about their experiences after dealing with the devil. Ning Qi was really surprised that they would appear in the Despair Realm.